You have to press play on this. Go back. No? Press forward one more time. Okay. Well, technical difficulties. What you would have saw was in 2016, there has been a big delegation from the ASEAN region towards the AI side of things. And it's not just the Philippines, it's Indonesia, it's Thailand, it's all the different ASEAN regions, all the different countries here. Now, part of it is DTI recognized that in April, the Philippines can become an artificial intelligence powerhouse. Right? That's the vision that we have for the country. Next slide. What I want to see by 2025, the narrative changed from can become to is an artificial intelligence powerhouse. But part of that is to be able to take that vision and drive, again, collectively towards that. It always starts off with a vision. Okay, next. So at WAVE, we also believe that there are opportunities, that there are smart people in the Philippines. We ourselves are a Silicon Valley company. We came to the Philippines in 2018, February 2018. You might ask, well, what is a Silicon Valley company doing in the Philippines? In our early round of funding, a large part of our investors are actually part of the big families in the Philippines. Okay? They recognize for them to be a player on the global scale, they need tools, essentially to make us all as efficient as possible to essentially become a force multiplier. We know that we don't have as many population as China. We don't have as many as India and the United States. But we need to be as smart as possible to use the tools that's necessary in order for us to be that powerhouse. Right? So at WAVE, we have AI applications. We're also doing chip design. And I encourage you, please, and that's why we're here, come and talk to my engineers. They're doing chip design for AI. We're doing system design. So part of it is we have also QA, customer support. We're looking to grow to 200 plus by the end of next year. All right, next slide. But technology changes dramatically. Now I'm going to do a little bit of test on you guys. Many of you are probably not this old, but do you guys, anybody remember Fortran? Or anybody know Fortran? Cobalt? That was me back then. I had to learn that. Nobody uses that anymore, right? But the point is technology will continue to evolve, right? You guys learning these tools now, learning these neural networks, learning about TensorFlow, Python, and whatever else, essentially you are going to have to continue your knowledge. If you're a new college grad, your degree is probably good for 3 years before it becomes stale. Okay? I myself, when I graduated, I was a digital design engineer. My focus was actually on power. I had to go back to school to learn Verilog, right? Because it wasn't taught in the school, so I had to go to a UC Berkeley extension course. Part of the fourth industrial revolution, as what the World Economic Forum says, is going to be on the engineering skills. The top 3 skills that you will need to participate and to be successful is number 1, complex problem solving, critical thinking and creativity, right? Innovation is all about creativity. Raise a hand, who are my engineers here? Or has an engineering background or scientific background, right? Ah, very good. That means the other ones are not. Does that mean you cannot participate in the fourth industrial revolution? No. Next slide. What it's also saying is the top 10, the next 7 skills for us to participate, and I'm advocating for you engineers and also the business people to look at this. You will have to have that business acumen to be able to be successful. And that means people management, coordination with others. Anybody not want to become a manager? I guess I'm using double negatives, right? Anybody want to be a manager, right? Or anybody just want to be the worker bee for the rest of their lives? No. But you, again, to be able to participate, you will have to have these type of skills. Next slide. Emotional intelligence, judgment, and decision making. This is all about making sure that when you have a team, when you collaborate, that you have these skills. There is no more mad scientists that you can put in the dungeon and ask them to develop a solution for you. This is all about collaboration. This generation is all about collaboration. You guys grew up on these things, right? Social media, making sure that you're in constant communication. That's part of the emotional intelligence. Next slide. Service orientation, negotiation, and cognitive flexibility. Again, what's interesting is the top 3 skills that we recognize are engineering skills. But the rest, for you again to be able to be successful, is also this. I'm not saying for you not to understand the latest neural networks, latest software, but also be cognizant of the abilities that you need to be able to develop for you to be successful. Okay? All right, next slide, please. But are there jobs? At the end of the day, we all want to be employed. We all want to be able to provide for our families. If you look here, what's interesting, I want you to take a look at this. There are increasing number of jobs in data science. Okay, if we look here, in April 2019, when I first started researching this, there were 205,000 jobs on LinkedIn, okay, for data science, if you look this up. This month alone, 250,000, all right? That's an increase of 21%. Ooh, up and to the right, right? You see now, you see a hockey stick. Next slide. But what's the trend in the United States? Actually, that number is decreasing. Okay? 157 down to 153. Why is that? Just a quick poll. Why do you think it's actually going down? What's that? Outsourcing? What else? Good one? Anyone else? What's that? Declining human capital development? In the United States, not necessarily. As business people, we recognize, remember, it's all about return on investment. I have to be able to have a cost-effective team. So what's happening is, next slide, we're actually seeing an uptick in the Philippines. We're seeing an uptick in jobs throughout the rest of the world. Next slide. If you look at this, UK, India, Germany, Singapore, Indonesia, Vietnam, single to double-digit, triple-digit growth across the board. What that means is that as business people, we recognize that there are engineering skills that we can use worldwide. That's why you're going to start seeing other Silicon Valley companies, other companies, multinationals, actually start deploying and utilizing the resources here in the Philippines. To me, that means, hey, fantastic. You guys are actually at the tip of the spear. You guys are in the forefront in order to be able to be part of that, excuse my pun, wave. All right, next slide. All right, so some of the people here you might recognize, I just want to talk about what do we do at WAVE that's a little bit different. We recognize that, and we're at the forefront. Data science and AI is really not being taught that much in the universities. So what do we need to do? We need to develop our own human capital. We need to be able to develop our own employees. We take raw talent, we take career changers, and we mold them to what we need. Okay? So we have what we call a cohort-based training, where part of it is I have a shared vision for what I want the team to develop. When we do this, Vic joined me. We have a 3-month program. 2 months is lecture and lab. And the 3rd month is a capstone project. Okay? We talk about building teamwork, trust, and confidence. Also, when you are out there, this is what I'm also recommending for you. When you develop your teams, do not have all the same people with the same exact background. What's necessary is that you develop a team that has software skills, business skills, statistics, all across the board of all different types of skills and background. Reason being, if you don't, what you're going to create is a very myopic solution that is not flexible, that's probably a point solution that's not very scalable. So what you need, in this case, just what we did here, is I recommend that when you guys are developing your teams or have influence in developing or saying who's going to join your team, make sure that you have different skill sets across the board. Remember we talked about the top 10. The top 10 has 7 skills that are not engineering typically related, right? So please make sure that you gather the type of people that will make you successful. So just really quickly, this kind of gives you an idea of the first 7 weeks of our training program, from lecture and labs, deep learning, parallel computing, unsupervised machine learning. All of this kind of stuff is necessary, right? It's not just, again, Python. You have to learn all the basics and then also up the skills and all the different frameworks that are out there. Onyx was not around 2 years ago, right? But yet, everyone is moving towards that. Cafe has been around for a while, but it's on the decline, right? Does that mean you stop learning? No, you go with the flow. You learn, and you have to continue doing that. Next slide. So once you do that, once you train, go out there and actually develop something, right? I'm not going to say anything about online learning. What I'm advocating for is when you do train, when you actually do work with each other, make sure that you're actually developing a project, an MVP, a proof of concept, so that you can learn it, right? My engineers, remember thesis, right? You all did your thesis, right? How many times before you actually got it signed off from your advisor? First time, second time, third time? No, right? You continue to iterate. You develop a vision and you iterate. It's the same kind of thing here. So you want to be able to take that knowledge and build upon it. Next slide. So some of the things that we do at Wave, we're very focused right now on visual analytics. There's many different ways for you guys to participate when there's going to be an NLP, right? Whether it's going to be on the visual side. There's lots of different areas that we can work together. And you know what? You don't have to buy expensive tools. I think that's one of the great things. There's lots of open source tools of which you can actually use to develop your skills, to develop your trade, right? Embrace that. Okay, so part of it is when we were doing this visual analytics for security, we kind of turned it off right now because I know you guys might freak out. Oh my gosh, they're taking my picture. No, we're not going to do that. Don't worry. Similar, friend or foe. People come into your office. You want to know, are they friendly to you or not friendly to you, right? Those are some of the simple kind of things that you can see. Visual, you can see whether or not it's working right away. Chat box, being able to get real-time feedback. Next one. Also, one of the things is we were working on visual analytics for retail. As I talked about before, some of our large investors are, or some of our investors are large players within the retail environment. Okay, so we created sentiment analysis. You can see here Jojai, she's on the right side. She's smiling, she's picking up a mug, right? Oh, is everyone drinking coffee, by the way? Yeah, you got a mug there, right? So here, understanding as a retail, anybody, let's say, how many people go to the malls? Anybody go to the malls this past week? Come on. Yeah, you did. Why? It's got aircon, no? Yeah. But how many people actually buy something? 80% of the Philippine population goes to the malls on a weekly basis. But how much actually does that translate to sales? Not as much as it could. So by using tools such as sentiment analysis, right, understanding, are your customers happy about what they're looking at? Are they not? Are they looking at it, are they angry? Are they sad? Are they ambivalent? Those type of things is necessary, and those are tools that are available now. Understand those, use those. That's part of what we did in our capstone project. Next slide. Okay. So I'm going to wrap this up. I think we have our next speakers here. Good. As I talked about before, Wave Computing is also an AI company that develops semiconductors. In 2018, June of 2018 last year, after we came here, we acquired a company called MIPS. Anybody know who MIPS is? The company, yeah? So we acquired them. Happy to say that in working with the government, we will also, and working with DOST-ASTI, we will be open sourcing many of our cost-optimized, low-power IP. That'll be free for the Philippines. What's good about that, what we're trying to do, and we talked about this earlier, a large part of the Philippine GDP is on what? Electronics manufacturing. What we're trying to do is upskill not just academia, not just the students, but also industry. We want to be able to upskills our team here, and then by doing this, by working with the government, by open sourcing some of our IP, we're hoping to at least, again, bifurcate being able to be a strong leader in AI and also a strong leader in the electronics design and manufacturing portion. Okay? So again, thank you very much. Again, I must commend you for being able to take time out of your busy schedule to, again, remember my first slide. It's all about being at the forefront. Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak were part of that homebrew computing club. Okay? That's why they actually opened within Silicon Valley. Apple is in Cupertino, which was down the street where they were holding these club meetings. What I'd like to see, hopefully not 25 years, maybe one of you guys are the ones that are the leaders in data science, AI, and the fourth industrial revolution. Maybe this, and there are other meetups, and I encourage you, do go to those other meetups, right? Get as much knowledge as you can. This knowledge is too valuable to be staying within here in NCR. We were trying to get this out to the rest of the country, and hopefully you guys will also be leaders in this. Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much, Rufino. As he has talked about, let's all take part in this industrial revolution. So whether you're doing chip design or whether you're working with TensorFlow or similar, let's all build up and make the Philippines the AI powerhouse, right? So again, you don't have to be of a technical background. It doesn't matter if you're from engineering or whatnot. We can all be part of this.
Yeah, and different backgrounds can contribute greatly to the success of such in AI. So we've heard from wave computing. Now let's go to the next speaker, who will be giving the opening remarks, and he will be representing the Department of Science and Technology, Advanced Science and Technology Institute. He is the acting director of DOST-ASTI, and he is also a professor at the Electrical and Electronics Engineering Institute, EEI, at UP Diliman, and is the program leader of the Stamina for Space program, formerly known as Phil Microsat. Please welcome Dr. Joel Joseph S. Marciano Jr.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Let me set my timer here. Is the presentation okay? Good morning. Apologies, was a little bit late because of the usual. It's hard to be on time. You're either very early or you're late. Anyway, let me talk about our agency, ASTI, and some of the projects that we are undertaking in relation to data and computing. And so let me go ahead and start. ASTI is an agency of the Department of Science and Technology. It stands for Advanced Science and Technology Institute. We've been around for over 30 years, 32 years. We were established in 1987 by virtue of an executive order. And our mandate is research and development, tech transfer, and services in the area of ICT, there you go, electronics, and computing. Actually started off 1987, we were doing biotech as well, but that was subsequently removed from the agency. So we're a research institute. We're located inside UP Diliman campus, just across the street from the mathematics building. There's this road, CP Garcia, that divides us from the rest of the campus. Okay. Anyway, next slide, please. Okay, let me talk about this so-called science infrastructure. So can you click on that? Yeah. Underneath all of it is the connectivity infrastructure. And we have built this research and education network called PREGINET. You might have heard of it. It stands for Philippine Research Education Government Information Network, which really underlies everything, because in order to collaborate, in order to do research, we have to be connected. And the priority in this network is not so much commodity internet, right? But of course, that's still very important. But the priority here is motivating research traffic, right? And in some countries, the level of research, the level of technological advancement is actually measured by a proxy that is in terms of the amount of research traffic on a network, right? So if you're doing genomics research and you're collaborating with Singapore, therefore your submarine cables tend to carry a lot of research traffic because of all the data exchange you're doing, the computing, the access to high performance computing that you're undertaking. So there's a lot of traffic flowing, and they measure that. And there's been a tabulation of these countries and their research education networks, and we're doing okay, but we could do better. So please click. On top of this infrastructure, we built a high-performance computing center called CORE, Computing and Archiving Research Environment. You can pronounce it as COARE, but we prefer CORE. And also this facility called PEDRO, the Philippine Earth Data Resource and Observation Center. It's really a ground station for contacting and communicating with Earth observation satellites. A little bit more on that later. Now, Phil Sensors and ULAT is a collection of locally made stations for sensing the weather and other environmental parameters. And so that contributes data. So in the second box, you see sources of data, geospatial data, and environmental data, and at the same time, a computing muscle to handle all of that data. Okay, next, click. Click again. Right, one more. Now, in order to use the data and convert that into information, we have, the co-organizer of this forum, BREW, is really DATOS, which is our in-house remote sensing and also data science team that uses the geospatial data and converts that into information that is used by various government agencies. We are currently still pretty much heavily government-facing, right? And because as a mandate of our agency is to serve the people through the government first. But that doesn't mean that we are not increasingly taking on more industry-facing outlook. We want to do that. If there's a moratorium on typhoons and earthquakes, etc., maybe we can pay more attention to that. But then again, okay, so a lot of tools being used there. Now click on that. So all of this supports societal applications. Please click. Nasaan ang operator ko? Okay, there you go. So among others, disaster risk reduction and management, telemedicine, rice research. And so we're really targeting all these societal applications. Next slide. Okay, so click, please. Okay, you see here the collection of Phil sensors that have been scattered all over the country. Almost 2,000 of them. A collection of rain gauges, water level monitoring systems, multi-parameter sensors for temperature, humidity. If you need this data, you just write to us. We share it with anyone in the Philippines. That means anyone in the Philippines. Okay, click. And one of these sensors, if you cross a bridge, you happen to see a cage on the side. It says government property, do not vandalize or something like that. That's probably our water level monitoring system. And this is one example. It was mounted on a bridge and the typhoon came and washed out the bridge, but the sensor survived. And the sensor in the middle of the span of the bridge kept sending data, even as the world around it was collapsing. It was the end of the world, at least for that bridge. But then it kept sending data. So we had an idea of how much the water rose before it eventually subsided. Next slide. Click, please. Okay, and then pretty soon we will have a deployment of 50 lightning measurement sensors all over Metro Manila. And I'm told this is the densest deployment of lightning sensors anywhere in the world. And the idea behind measuring lightning is we hope to come up with a model by which we can try to understand better short-term extreme weather events. Not the typhoons, but thunderstorms that form over smaller areas, right? Sometimes we experience that. It rains in Alabang, but in Quezon City it's dry. So we want to understand that. And also, when we get the data, correlate it against traffic and see what happens to the traffic in Quezon City if it rains in Pasig, right? Because that tends to slow down cars, and then maybe it causes an effect wherein it prevents people from going to a certain destination, and all of a sudden you see it's rather, the traffic is not so bad. Why is that? Because everybody's held up somewhere. Things like that. Insights. Okay, next. And this is Preginet. Just for information, we have invested in international private lines connecting the Philippines to Japan, 10 gigabit per second, to Hong Kong, another 10 gigabit per second, to Singapore recently, another 10 gigabit per second, and pretty soon with the DICT, we hope to get access to that fiber that comes from the US that crosses the Philippines. Okay, so these are all, and then in Hong Kong and Japan, you have all these caches, you have all these Google cache, etc. You can access that. Of course, we use that for research. Okay, next. Pedro, the other contributor of data, is the ground station. So you see here an old picture of our roof deck when it was not yet covered. Has since been covered by a dome-like structure. Okay, next. Okay, and that's what it looks like inside our control room. Giant LCD screens, a collection of LCD screens, where you can upload commands to satellites and command the satellites to capture images over certain areas. They store the commands, and then you can download the images. Next slide. So this is a slide showing the satellites that we have access to. But again, I have to probably, maybe before we get too excited about this, the satellites we have access to, the data that we get from these satellites are only available to government. So we can distribute it to government, but we cannot distribute it to private sector. That has to require a separate account, right, from the operators of these satellites. Okay, so the collection of satellites is here on the left, and then in November this year, we will be formally, although it has been soft launched, a new facility in Davao, just beside the airport, big antenna, 7 meters. So that's in the airport grounds. So it's another ground receiving station that's for redundancy when something happens in Metro Manila, and at least we can still continue operating because we have one in Davao. Okay, just a note here, you probably heard of the Dove constellation here. It's a constellation of a few hundred small satellites about this big, and they don't do anything except take pictures wherever they go. So because if you subscribe to the Dove constellation and this planet constellation, you can actually get an image of the entire Philippines at 3-meter resolution every single day, right? So that's the power of this constellation, because it doesn't do anything. It's just take pictures, take pictures, take pictures. So it can complete the entire Philippines because of all the satellites that it has passing over our territory every 24 hours. Okay, next. Next slide. Okay, some of the features of the satellites, if you look at the ground resolution, so you have Worldview, ComSat, or Korean satellites. That's the Dove constellation I was talking about, 3-meter resolution on the ground. Some of them go as fine as 0.3 meters resolution, so that's really very high resolution images. Also, a little bit more expensive. Okay, and then apart from optical satellites, we do maintain subscriptions to synthetic aperture radar satellites. And these are satellites that can image through clouds and can image at night because it uses radio waves as opposed to light. It uses radar. And so this is a collection. ComSat is Korean. Novasar, pretty soon, we are not just subscribing to this. Our country is actually co-owning this satellite. And it will be launched. It has been launched, and we will kick it off pretty soon, next week, actually. Cosmos SkyMed is Italian. Okay, next. So we also add to this our own satellites. You probably heard of Diwata 1, Diwata 2, and Maya 1 is a CubeSat. It doesn't really do much, except it's an experimental platform, but it carries a radio and a small camera, cell phone camera. But Diwata 1 and Diwata 2 are close to operational satellites. Diwata 1 a little less, but Diwata 2, we enhanced it. These are 50-kilogram satellites, 50 kilos. about measuring maybe about as heavy, no, this is lighter, probably as big as that chair that you're sitting on. That's about the size of this satellite. But compare it to the satellites that you saw earlier, the list anyway. Those are 1-ton satellites that occupy maybe the width of this room, right? But these are 50-kilo satellites. This is where the future is in terms of satellites. Okay, I have 11 minutes in here. Okay, all right, let me speed up. I have many slides. Okay, next. Let me give a share perspective. Okay, click on that. Why is a country like the Philippines going into space technology, building all these satellites? All right, in my view, okay, please click on that. The answer really is data. We're not launching satellites, and in fact, our slogan is we're putting computers in orbit. Because the way we see it, these satellites are really just computers. So that helps explain it, because everybody is familiar with what a computer is. And it helps us be more productive. And if you put one in orbit and put sensors, attach sensors to it, then it can do a lot more, because it has that strategic vantage point where you can see a wide expanse of land and sea almost instantaneously. You can fly drones, you can fly all these airplanes, etc., but you get a limited view, right? And you have to keep flying. But with satellites and the regularity of their orbit, you have a wide view, and what a 3-meter, 1-meter resolution, sometimes even 0.3-meter resolution. Okay, so next slide. My colleagues will show you a lot of these other pictures. This is just a snippet of what DOST 1 and DOST 2 are able to do. You see there a multispectral, a processed image of Manila Bay showing the turbidity of the water. We sent out a press release for this, and showing really where the sources of pollution are. The red areas are the more turbid areas. We cannot tell from this image and from this measurement the chemical composition or what the pollutants are in the water. All we can see is turbidity. But the value of an image like this, you see there in the middle, the Pasig River flowing into Manila Bay causing industrial pollution, whereas in the north that's been characterized more as agricultural waste or runoff from fertilizers and maybe from the agricultural activity up there in the north. But the value of an image like this is you can take it again and you see whether there are improvements due to interventions. There was a big Manila Bay cleanup, and in fact we have. I think next week we will release the other image taken 1 year afterwards to show, well, at least less turbidity. We don't know if it's due to the Manila Bay cleanup, but 1 year hence we see less turbid, less murky water. Okay, next. Next slide. Okay, just more examples of images. Please click. Okay, this is an example of a synthetic aperture radar image. And you see it's not too intuitive when you look at it. It requires an expert. This is already processed. But what you can see clearly here are fish pens. And sometimes they're hard to see in an optical image. But with a radar image, some features become more apparent. Right? Okay, next. And also ships. We want to detect ships, right? Because we just enjoy detecting ships. But you know what I mean, right? Especially if they happen to cross our, right? So there's a lot of work here, trying to automate this process, trying to make computers smarter in terms of identifying ships, not just identifying ships, but trying to find out, are these shipping vessels, are these other kinds of vessels, etc. So trying to detect it. Okay, there's a lot of work. Next. Okay, core is our HPC. We have 3 sites in Metro Manila connected by high-speed links, one in all in Metro Manila, actually. Next. So let me just summarize again with this. All of this data, whether it's data on the ground or data from the sky, goes to our HPC. We have a science cloud, a data catalog, right? And that data is converted to information by in-house teams, also people we collaborate with, right? And currently, the main activity is to give this information to government agencies such as PAGASA, FIVOX, the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council, NAMRIA, even the Department of Budget and Management. But that's our government-facing side. You know, we are, of course, increasingly trying to find ways to work with a more diverse group and also to create enterprise. from this data. Certainly, our computing and archiving facility, we look forward to groups like WAVE, perhaps, contributing computing muscle to our facility. We certainly look forward to that. And there are other efforts on the way in terms of MIPS. Okay? And so this is snapshot, where our agency is not just responding to scientific needs, but also to operational requirements, day to day. And my colleagues will give you examples of that later on, what happens when there's a landslide reported, how do we use tools, computing tools, and how do we mobilize data to prepare for and respond to disasters. So let me end with this. At some point, I will probably document this better, but we have been part of this creating awareness of this capability of our country, wherein we're utilizing computation and data to address our everyday requirements, like resiliency, is to come up with a data mobilization index for disasters. No? You've probably heard in the news how typhoons are classified in terms of wind speed, signal number 1, 2, 3, and also there's a yellow alert, orange alert, etc. for rainfall, right? We want to do the same thing for data because it kind of correlates. The bigger the typhoon, the more data you have to mobilize. Why is that? Because the bigger the typhoon, it tends to cross over more area, land area in the Philippines. So you have to get pre-disaster, pre-typhoon images over those a larger swath of area. So you mobilize more data. And then you have to crunch this data. You have to use more compute power. So we have to quantify that. And soon we'll rank the typhoons in terms of amount of data. So it's just our way of putting data and computation into the conversation every day of Filipinos to say that, well, you know, we're actually smarter when we deal with disasters because we can prepare ourselves better and we can respond better. When the typhoon passes, we take pictures again using satellite images. We get our data from sensors on the ground. We mobilize that again, and we do change detection. And by change detection, you know, you can identify which roads are flooded, what agricultural areas are inundated, what houses are affected, and you can arrive at an extent of damage, and you can respond better to disasters. So that's, I guess, my message for now, and hopefully it motivates everybody. But of course, this is a platform for exchanging ideas. Let me end by thanking Wave Computing for hosting us for the third Data Brew, and also for our team in ASTI, the hardworking DOST team, for organizing this, and of course to all of you for taking time to attend this, and please enjoy. We're looking forward to the next host. So this is the third time we had Data Brew, and we want to keep sustaining it, right? And hopefully, you know, after this will become even larger, and more people will bring stuff to the table, data, computation, information, etc., and collaboration will flourish. Okay, so I'll end here. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marciano. Okay. So as you can see, we have a lot of data. We have satellite data. Now we have compute power and people who make sense of this data, and all of that. The hello. We always joke within the DOST family that, you know, the DOST and DOST ASTI is like a hidden gem among the government agencies or something like that. But we don't want that anymore to be like a hidden thing. We want to push it out on the forefront, and this is why we have events like this, Data Brew, and we collaborate with Wave Computing and other companies for to inform the public about the wonderful things that we are doing with satellite images and everything else.
Okay, so the next part of the event will be the Tech Talks, but before that, let's take a very quick break. But everyone, please remain on your seats. Just very quickly, please look underneath your chairs. If there's a label similar to this, so this applies to Ignition and the Wave Suites. If there's a label under your chair, then please approach the registration booth to claim your free Wave umbrella.
Just check under your own seats.
So just approach the registration booth later.
Anyone here has a sticker under their seat?
Yun.
Oh, yes, we have one. We
Ayan,
have
another
two.
one. We have two from Ignition. There should be two more from the Wave seats. Okay. So the restrooms will be to the right.
We'd also like to remind everyone that there is coffee and the food stations are on this side and that side. And if there's anybody who wants to give a lightning talk later, if you want to talk about data science or the exciting things that you do in your company or your research, you could just approach the area at the back. There is a sign there that says presentations drop here.
Okay, so finally, please upload on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram with the hashtag DataBrew3. Later on, we'll also be giving more giveaways to people who post on social media. So again, let's reconvene in around 5 minutes
Yes.
for the Tech Talks.
And during that time, we will be requesting the panelists for the Earth observation in smart cities to come up on front and prepare for their panel. Thank you very much. Hashtag DataBrew3.
Hello. Good morning.
So, hello. So, good morning. Again, we have another room here. So, there are couches and beanbags. If you want to move over, feel free to do so. And for the rest who haven't found their labels, there should be two more over on that side. So, if you find those, you can approach us and claim the umbrella. Again, labels should be data science, Kapihan related, and not the labels under the chairs, like the numbers. Okay, so everyone, please settle down. Okay, so we are gonna start the next part of the program, which is the Tech Talks. So we're gonna have three panels. This is the first panel, and each panel will consist of 4 speakers. So each speaker will give a short talk, like around 5 minutes, and then afterwards we'll have the Q&A session. So the topic for the first panel will be on Earth observation and smart cities.
Yes, and the first speaker, who also happens to be the moderator of this panel, is from DOST-ASTI. He started his R&D career as a research assistant in FIVOX before joining a team of GIS practitioners as a trainer and developer, offering customized GIS applications for private companies and different LGUs. So he used to be part of Project NOAA as a GIS specialist before moving to the Phil LiDAR 2 program of DOST, where he became the chief researcher in hydrologic data extraction from LiDAR data. He is currently leading the DATUS project, which specializes in AI and machine learning applications of space technologies. Please welcome Mr. Ruel M. de la Cruz.
Hello, good morning everyone. So I will be your panelist moderator for the first panel, but I would like to present first about what we are doing in NASTI. So let's wait for my presentation. Okay, so okay lang ba kayo lahat? So hopefully hindi pa kayo inaantok or something. Upo lang po ako dito. So let's make this informal. Actually the main inventor of this data science Kapihan is our director, si Doc Marciano, yung nandun sa likod. He got this idea before na parang let's have, sa ASTI kasi we have our Kapihan, tinatawag namin na Kapihan every first working day of the month. So what we're doing is kung ano yung mga pinuntahan na conferences or trainings ng mga researchers, they share actually kung anong nangyari. And then we tried to do it exactly 1 year ago nga ba? So this is our anniversary. And when we tried it, napakalakas, napakatindi ng response. Ang daming tao, we can't even accommodate half of those people. And then we did the second time together with the SGV, kina Sir Christian, and then now this is the third time. And hopefully, magkaroon pa ng mas marami. So I will be presenting about a brief application of our applications. Actually, we are focusing mainly, dun sa DATOS team, we're focusing mainly on the disaster application ng Earth observation data. When I say Earth observation data, isipin natin siya as satellite imagery. So everything that came from satellites, from outer space. Right now, we're not we don't have data dun sa mga close-range photogrammetry like drones or aerial photos or other different angle photographs or oblique angles. So right now, we're focusing on nadir-looking na mga satellites na launch from space. So that's why Earth observation data yung ginagamit namin na term for that. And we're mainly focused on DRR because DATOS project is, what should I do with this? DATOS project is an R&D funded by the DOST, actually by the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development. Actually, they are the Emerging Council. They are here actually sa harapan. So thank you for the funding. Okay? Actually, you can propose. Sayang, kaya lang medyo naglaps na yung call for proposal nila next year. You can propose anything, smart cities, application. Check nyo na lang yung R&D agenda ng DOST and DOST shared. And then, if you have a project, so natingin nyo, you can, academe and private individuals can propose actually yung mga projects. Okay, naubos ko na yung ilang minutes ko. Okay, so, I usually start this presentation with, you cannot protect something without knowing where it is. Pero I trimmed down this slide para sumakto siya sa 5-minute na presentation. So, yun yung ginagawa ng DATOS project. So, we're not doing yet yung mga targeted applications para dun sa mga maliliit na areas like smart agriculture or other applications. But what we are currently focusing is on nationwide na implementation. So, for example, sa agriculture, if we want to have further studies later on, we must map first yung nationwide na coverage and including yung mga land cover natin, etc. So, yun yung focus ng DATOS project actually. And we're using them para sa disaster application. Para kapag nag-decide tayo, if we decide to go on smart agriculture talaga na implementation nationwide, then at least we know where are those crops na gusto nating i-target. So, something like that. So, kanina, Doc Joel discussed about Pedro and Core and Preginet. So, yun yung infrastructure that DATOS project is stepping on. So, without them, well, we're not here. Kasi sila yung enabler namin. So, parang they can multiply your force 1,000 times. So, something like that. So, kailangan mo lang ng few programmers, few researchers ng GIS and remote sensing, then you can do those things. Sorry. Okay, so, our processes right now are, two categories. Yung iba is object detection and the other is time series analysis. So, actually, luckily, nahati din siya into GPU-intensive and CPU-intensive applications right now. So, all of these are satellite data to produce maps or kung anong mga analysis yung gusto ng mga audience natin or yung mga clients natin. So, right now, these are the sample applications. Maybe you have seen some of them sa Facebook ng DATOS. Maybe you can like the Facebook page. So, kung hindi nyo pa siya nalalike. So, wow. So we can, if you want to discuss further yung bawat isa neto, you can talk to Kit. Nasaan si Kit? Our AI guy. So yun, yung nag-raise ng hand doon sa likod. So he's the one. So yung naglalabas ng times up. So siya yung coder namin and our AI team ay nandito din. Okay, so far in the course of 1 year, 1 year and a few months, so we develop 22 or 23 AI models na with gamit yung different na satellite images. So for example, for this one, this is a very high resolution imagery, yung mga 0.3 meter resolution. These are the available models in ASTI. For the 3 meter resolution imagery na daily, like Doc Joel discussed earlier, meron din ganito. And para naman sa medium resolution images, pa-next slide na lang please. We have these models, mainly mas general na siya. Tapos for radar, we have developed those with our collaboration with different agencies. So there are time series outputs din. Mostly ginagamit namin yung time series for crop mapping. So we have partners din dito, si SRA saka si Department of Agriculture to map those products. So we're doing this as pre-disaster data sets para before yung mga dumating yung typhoon natin. Okay? So that's why we're developing them. So yung road network, land cover, and built-up areas. And post-disaster, we usually release flood maps and other change detection. So for example, I'm showing here yung damage na sample. Actually, I have 30 seconds, so this is what I want to show you. Ito yung map ng mga possible users natin nung AI for EO. So we're branding it as artificial intelligence for Earth observation data. So that's what we're using na term right now. So these are, yung mga gray na nandyan is the possible disciplines na pwedeng makinabang, and the agencies yung mga maraming bilog, and ito yung mga AI models developed for them. Okay? And another thing, time's up na daw ako. Sige. This is an image of the Philippines. Bigyan mga 1 minute kit, ano? This is 500 gigabyte na image, cloud-free, at 3-meter resolution, 2% cloud cover. So, taken between January and June this year. Okay? So, we have this data. So, later on, we will produce this nationwide. Okay? So, currently, hindi naman currently siguro, it's running sa amin. So, very, very soon, we will release this one. And another one. So, ayaw nang mag-click kasi may nakaharang. Yan. This is a land cover. Okay? Na mapaproduce natin from this imagery. So, this will come soon, and it will be free for everyone. So, yun lang, and thank you. So, abangan nyo siya, no? So, I'll just continue kahit natapos na ako. Our next speaker, I would like to introduce to you the project leader of the DOST-funded project, again from DOST, titled Design and Development of the Basic of the UP Bike Sharing System, UP Bike Share System. He received his BS and MS degrees in electrical engineering from UP Diliman in 1995 and 2005 respectively. Nandito siya. Sorry. And he received his PhD in electrical and computer engineering at Instituto Superior Técnico, Technical University of Lisbon, Portugal in 2013. He is currently an associate professor of the Electrical and Electronics Institute at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. So let's welcome Dr. Nestor Michael C. Tiglao.
Thank you. Shout. Okay. Malakas naman yung boses. Hello. Good morning, and thank you for coming. So, is it on now?
Yes, sir.
So, we developed a smart bike sharing system because we think that it will benefit our society and our communities. So, what is the problem that we have when we talk about moving around the city? What are our transportation options? So, if you think about your transportation options, sorry. Okay. What do you have? So aside from cars, you can take a bus. Of course, you have your public transport system. But if you look at bikes, this is the footprint comparing those three for 60 people. And as you can see, the use of bikes, although not a cure-all, because in a problem like Metro Manila traffic, there's no one-size-fits-all, and we need good solutions, multiple solutions that can work together. You'll see that the use of bikes is a good proposition, okay? And we should provide that option to our commuters, okay? But if you're familiar, there was a bike sharing system that was installed. They experimented with a bike sharing system, and you see this still, these bike lanes along EDSA and the one in White Plains. But what were the challenges, and why did that project not become successful? So here are the challenges that should be addressed, and the system should be intelligent enough to address these problems. So you have the tracking of the bikes and the users of those bikes. Secondly, the infrastructure itself, monitoring the bike sheds, the bike racks, and the bike stations. And lastly, security. How do you avoid theft, okay? And how do you determine where the bikes are and where the assets are? So our solution is the UP smart bike sharing system. So what we did is put in the technology that will solve those challenges that I presented. So here's a short video that will hopefully run and show the features of the smart bike sharing system. Okay. So it has a smart lock that can, and this is, we went through a patent application for this. It's an ongoing process, but there's a safety feature here. We don't just break the lock immediately. It uses progressive braking, and it's fitted into the drum brake. So we also designed and implemented the control system, the controller, and we also developed the smartphone app so that we can track, so users can log in and then lock and unlock the bikes. We also use the concept of geofencing so that we can keep the bikes in a particular geographical area. So if they exceed the boundaries, the bikes will automatically lock themselves. So if you see someone carrying the bike, then he has a bad plan for the bike, okay? So, and we can maybe extend this by, having a drone follow that person. Who knows? That could be a project for DOST to share the application. But what are the benefits of bikes and bike sharing in general? Number one, it's environment friendly, okay? You can have more breathable areas in your community. It's healthy because you use physical exertion. It's convenient because in a bike sharing system, you don't have to own a bike. The system has a set of bikes that you can use at will. And then, of course, it promotes a cycling culture. When people are aware that there's a bike sharing system, there's a bike-friendly culture, people will be more encouraged to bike around their communities. Okay. So our vision really is to have bike-sharing cities. And I think we have the technology here, a platform that we can use not just for bike sharing, but also to gather data. We're talking about data science. We can gather data about ridership, about the quality of the air, about where people go, okay, and what modes of transportation they use. And there are a lot of bike-sharing cities already in the Philippines, but hopefully the bike-sharing system will be more intelligent. So where are we now? Okay. Okay, can you just press next? So what we want to do now is to promote this technology. We are in the process of trying to commercialize it. We're looking for partners, LGUs, private companies, and even researchers who can develop on top of this platform. And we believe that this technology can actually impact. There's a real benefit to communities. For example, business districts, communities, even for travel agents or, for example, resorts, they can have their bike sharing fleet and they can use this technology. So thank you very much for listening. If you have questions later, you can ask me about this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tiglao. So, sir, you can take your seat in front if you want.
Okay.
Somewhere dito sa tabi ko siguro. Okay, so our next panelist is part of the Project DIME, an initiative under DBM in partnership with DOST. DIME is digital imaging for monitoring and evaluation. It is tasked to monitor various government-funded projects using remote sensing technologies. Our speaker is previously affiliated with data acquisition component of the UP DREAM or PhilLiDAR 1 program. And currently, he's taking up MS Geomatics Engineering, major in remote sensing in UP Diliman. Please welcome Engineer Kenneth Quesado.
So, good morning everyone. Ang malamig ba? Lamig ako eh. Okay, nakabahan ako. Siguro malamig lang. Game, start na tayo. Ay, ako ba? So So I'll be discussing about Project DIME, the DBM's initiative in utilizing Earth observation technologies in monitoring government projects. Sige. So umpisa ko na lang. So DIME, what is DIME? DIME is Digital Information for Monitoring and Evaluation. So it is a partnership between the DBM and the OST. Ito yung one of the key reform programs ng DBM to implement the management side of the department's mandate. So this project is also a response to the National Budget Circular 565 Series of 2016 na nagsasabi na national government agencies and departments need to adopt a results-based monitoring and evaluation reporting policy which requires results-based evidence in decision making for greater transparency and accountability. So, ayaw pa rin. So, yung project currently may 12 programs under it. So, yung 12 programs na yon, merong 108,000 projects and a total budget of approximately 300 billion pesos. So, malaking project tong Project DIME. So, yung mga projects na yon, it includes DPWH, selected infra projects from DPWH, DOTR, DA, DepEd, and soft projects ng CHED and DSWD. So out of those 12 programs, ang i-discuss ko is yung road monitoring na ginagawa namin for projects under DPWH and DA. Sayang walang ano. So may mga satellite images sana. Hintayin na lang natin kasi.
Sige, while we're waiting, tatanungin na lang ito, interview na lang ito.
Sige, parang nalalabig talaga ako.
So given yung yung projects na minomonitor ng DBM, nasabi mo kanina 12 projects.
12.
So how many of those 12 projects yung currently being monitored?
So sa 12 projects na yon, meron kasi hinati namin siya sa infrastructure and soft projects. So ang minomonitor namin ngayon, infrastructure projects. So ano-ano yun? Out of those 12, meron kaming 4 na programs na meron na existing and we're currently developing system. So ito yung National Greening Program ng DNR, yung National and Communal Irrigation System ng NIA, saka yung road project na Access Road to Seaports and Airports ng DPWH and Farm to Market Roads ng DA. So meron kaming 4 na monitoring system out of those 12.
Okay. So thank you. Is the presentation okay? So siguro bibigyan na lang ito ng other time later on to present.
Sige.
Okay.
So
thank you Engineer Quesado. So yung mga questions nyo, i-prepare nyo na lang, itutuloy ko mamaya. So I would like to introduce to you our 4th panelist. Jean, you can take your seat here. He graduated with a degree of accountancy and applied economics in De La Salle University. He is a CPA by profession, a chartered financial analyst, level 1 and 2 passer, and is currently in his 4th year of the JD Law program. He is now a senior director in SGV's Financial Services Organization, or FSO advisory practice, leading engagement on the strategy and business of clients in the financial, government, and public sectors. He is active in the research and innovation efforts of the organization, having initiatives on blockchain application, fintech, and smart cities, to name a few. Let's all welcome Sir Christian Edmund Chua.
Okay, good morning. Very happy to see a young crowd because usually I talk to an older crowd. But to give you a background and to manage your expectation, I'm not a scientist nor an engineer. We defer to the experts. I'm an economist and accountant by background. What we do related to research and innovation is we work on the non-tech part of tech. Okay, so what we meant by that is that we help yung mga research institute, scientists, engineer, even mga undergraduates understand the business model for their technology to be economically viable. also understand how, let's say, the stakeholders like banks, how they will view yung risk behind this technology when they are ready to finance it. And also, with regard to the overall yung mga industry players, we're encouraging them to participate in the country's research and innovation programs for the reason that in terms of R&D, if you notice yung mga large corporate, essentially, we have minimal or zero R&D. And that will be a dangerous path for us because other neighbors, other competitor peers are working heavily and investing heavily on R&D. So for our industries to remain competitive, there's really a need for them to start participating from the design to the prototyping to the minimum viable product and until productions of this technology products. Okay? With regard to smart city, to give you an example, for smart city, our firm worked together with the likes of DOST and other technology companies, but our focus is very grounded. When we talk with the mayor or the LGU, we ask first, what's the vision and direction for your city? Okay? You cannot say na, let's say I'm a province in Bulacan, then I want to become a Singapore. Because we are very clear that there are different kinds of smart cities. If you're talking about Manila, where there's natural economic activity, then the smart city for it will be urban regeneration. If you're talking about yung mga provinces in Mindanao, in Visayas, or even in Northern Luzon, we are talking about developing a new set of economic drivers that will make the citizen better off, meaning they can have a chance to become a middle-income household. So very stark yung requirements of smart cities of the different cities in the Philippines. And our role there is to make sure there's clarity in the direction and also to make sure that we use the most locally developed technologies. Okay? At the end of the day, even if the technologies will come from abroad, we expect Filipino engineers and scientists will do the operations, maintenance, and further development and innovation of these technologies. Okay? So, not much to say on technology part, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sir Christian. Actually, our team and Sir Christian's team are in contact with each other. So about smart cities, maybe we can expound later on yung mga ibang pinag-uusapan namin before. But right now, let's give the floor again to Engineer Kenneth Quisado to continue his talk.
Good morning ulit, deja vu.
Uy, ikaw ulit.
Karat. Okay. Ay, nag-freeze ulit.
You're not meant to present yata.
Siguro sa 4. Para makapag... Ay, ayun, yay.
Okay, may question lang ako sa audience while waiting for Engineer Quesado's presentation. Meron ba sa inyong nag-sign up dun sa or nag-send ng question online? We posted call for questions, yes. Meron? Wala? Okay,
So, ulit tayo from the start. Pakita ko lang. So, eto. DIME is digital information for monitoring and evaluation, nasabi ko kanina. So, it is a partner... next na lang, please. So, it is one of the DBM's key reform programs to implement the management side of the department's mandate, and it is a partnership with DBM and the OST. Next na lang, please. Sorry. So, as discussed earlier, this is a response to the National Budget Circular of 2016 that adopts our BMR policy, or the results-based monitoring and evaluation reporting policy framework, which requires departments, national and local government agencies to use evidence-based results in decision-making for greater transparency and accountability. Next, please. So, our project uses satellites, LiDARs, and drones in monitoring the status of high-value infrastructure projects. Next. So, merong 12 programs, pilot programs under DIME. So these programs were selected based on a set of criteria crafted by DBM itself. So next. So yung 12 programs na yon may 108,000 projects, infrastructure and soft projects. Tas next. Merong 300 billion peso budget, all in all, nakasama sa programs na yan. So next, please. So these are the programs under DIME. So selected projects from DPWH, DOT, RDA, DepEd-NIA, so hanggang soft projects ng DSWD and CHED. Okay, next. So madaming programs, pero ngayon I'll focus on the monitoring of access of roads from the projects under DPWH and DA. So merong 136 projects under DP and 1,280 farm-to-market road projects under DA. Next, please. So ito yung kanina. So makikita natin, we can visually monitor change progress ng construction ng project. Ito runway, construction ng runway ng New Bohol Panglao Airport. Visually kaya natin. Pero ang tanong, how can we quantify change? Okay, so doon pumapasok yung, next slide please, yung pixel-based image differencing saka yung AI detection na dinevelop ni DATOS. So first, yung pixel-based image differencing, ang ginagawa lang nito is, based on the two images, isusubtract lang natin yung DN values or yung digital number values nila to come up with a new detected change. So yung red pixel dito sa kanan is the change detected na quantified na from the previous slide. Okay. So next please. So other method is yung road detection AI na diniscuss kanina ni Sir Roel. So yung AI classifies road and non-road pixels. Okay. So makikita natin from June 26 to August 30, yung gray pixel is dumadami while yung black pixel is kumukonti. So, yan, next please. So, may branding lang kami sa monitoring system namin. So, ang tawag namin dyan is route or road detection using AI and pixel-based differencing. Ayan, so, next please. So with route, so we can identify design analysis that can detect change. Magkakaroon na tayo ng agency reported accomplishment versus dun sa percentage accomplishment obtained using satellite images. So next. Ayan. Currently, yung na-discuss ko kanina, meron ng 3 portals yung project. So yun yung route, MAPA, and RAIN. So MAPA is focused on developing a monitoring system for National Greening Program, and RAIN naman is for National and Communal Irrigation System ng NIA.
Okay, so let's start our panel discussion. We have some questions based dun sa call for questions before na pinost ng datos. So I would like to start with a question for smart cities. So I would like to direct this question to Dr. Tiglao and Sir Christian about smart cities. The question is, how can you bridge the gap of low-tech and obsolete on-tech facilities of rural areas with smart cities? So as I understand, this kasi Sir Christian kanina, they're talking with mayors and of different LGUs or mga planners, etc. So we can't always have all those infrastructure na requirement to have a smart city implementation. So how do you bridge that from yung wala sila or from a very, very minimal infra to having a full-blown smart city implementation?
Hello. Okay, there. Let's say we're going sa one of the province and they want to adopt smart city. So instead of proposing a very mature model, we take a rapid state assessment. First thing that we look for is any data points na meron. These are important data because at least when we make any recommendation on how to start yung planning, at least you have data to use to back up your views or the views of the different stakeholder. On another side, that's the low-tech approach. Yung high-tech approach would be, let's take the case of yung land use planning. very essential for any city to have land use planning because that is where you make sure that the development will be sustainable. You have a reserve area for natural wildlife, you have an area for agriculture, and for the industrial and commercial area, you have to make sure that there's a very definite partition. You don't want houses to be built besides a factory. And that is also where you will build later on yung waste management system. Okay? Without a land use planning, difficult for you to do a city development strategy. So, ang high-tech approach dito is to use yung mga satellite images, use yung mga AIs na develop ni Datos, and apply it in somehow a near estimation of the land use plan. So that when you convene the council of governors, the mayor, the city assessor, administrators, also governing yung mga representative of sectors in the city. Not only yung business sector, very important yung community sectors. And if may tribal clans dyan, it's important for them to be part of the discussion and deliberation. So convening together this with these few data points and yung data coming from the high-tech satellites, that is where you can have a more inclusive as well as more realistic starting point for smart city planning. Next step, maybe later on I can discuss, would be to come up with a catalytic project. Because public investment alone will not sustain a 20 or 30-year smart city development. At most, it can only sustain a 3-year smart city development.
Okay. May follow-up question lang ako sa sir. So, if you're talking with the LGUs with sabi natin low-tech na infra, how long yung tinitingnan nyo na time frame to develop them?
Okay. For smart city planning, we categorize them into 3. Okay. First, we have what we call city development strategy. Next would be catalytic project, and the third one is the data hub development. Yung third one is very important so that you can monitor yung progress of your implementation, pre-planning and post-planning. Okay. Now, for the first one, yung city development strategy, that is where you create a group or a consortium where you have urban planners, you have housing development planners, as well as yung mga related to environment. And the second one is yung catalytic project, is where catalytic means that what is your initial steps to start your strategic action? Okay, in the point of view of businessmen, immediately ang nasa isip dito is who will be our anchor developers or anchor investors. Okay, those 3 components are very important in smart city planning. Tapos with regard to sa question how do you implement this in a low-tech environment, requires both art and science. Kasi typically, if you look at the plans of a developed country, if we apply this in the Philippine setting, we discovered na it will take 3 years. And planning pa lang siya. And we don't have that 3 years. So to cut down yung time for the planning side, which we expect we can do it in 3 to 6 months, that is where we leverage yung existing technologies natin. Technologies sa satellite and the data it generates. And mataas dito yung component of human interaction. If without data, you can get data by talking with the communities, talking with the LGUs, etc.
Thank you, sir.
If I may add, I think in addition to gathering that data, which is very crucial, I think it has to be established also with the LGU or the community, the value of that data. Because they will say, ang mahal, how much do I have to invest to make my city smart? It's very expensive, I don't want it. Okay, but if they realize the value of the data and how it will improve the lives of the community, I think that has a lot of impact. And in terms of starting, I think it's just like startups. You start small, you have small wins, but then you dream big. But then when you dream big, you also have to be inclusive. You have to collaborate. I think you mentioned it. You have to collaborate because this is a marathon. It's not doing a smart city planning. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon because there will be a lot of factors. There will be a lot of challenges. And all the stakeholders are not on board, you will eventually hit a snag. So, in fact, it's a model that makes the internet work. If you think about the internet, because of its open innovation, it's because there's multi-stakeholder approach. There are a lot of people using the internet, but there's a group called, if you're not familiar with the IETF, all the voices are heard there, and there's a thing called rough consensus. We don't need to be full consensus, rough consensus, because eventually the best idea should win in terms of innovation, and then that's where we go. Okay, and then try it out, and then hopefully we'll be successful.
Okay, sir. Actually, there's another audience question. I think you answered the second part. Yung first part na lang is, will the data from, no. Can Metro Manila become a smart city as a whole? So, do you have any ideas on it? Or
Maybe I can start. I live in
Yes, sir.
Binondo, Manila. Interesting, the place of Binondo, Manila. It's still the largest commercial district of any parts in our country. And come to think of it, we cannot have a vision of smart city like Clark. Parang we cannot demolish everything and start everything from the ground. There's the natural economic activity, which is the advantage of Manila. So what you do for the case of Manila is on the side of infrastructure, you have to do a planning beyond the borders of Manila. We have the Manila port, but the goods are not processed there. The goods are processed in Valenzuela and Bulacan. So that means you need to get the cooperation of Valenzuela and Bulacan, how to best transport the goods from Manila port to Valenzuela and Bulacan. Maybe we can build a railway system where we're focusing more on cargo delivery instead of passenger. Another thing is you have this historical and cultural site, which can be a very good tourist attraction for us. We have beautiful National Museum. So what do you do for this case, and connected to the vision of the mayor, to make the place secure, clean, walkable? So for the case of Metro Manila, yes, smart city can be done, but we have to do a localized customization and very targeted outcomes for the first 3 years. We cannot do everything. We cannot say we will have an area of Manila where we will make it as an IT BPO center, but very interesting. If you have an area like BGC where it's a military, used to be a military base, so when you constructed BGC, you started from the ground. But if you have that kind of area in Manila, then you can attract yung mga talents coming from different universities in the Manila. But part of the planning is to make sure that there's a job and skills matching. Okay, baka sobrang daming HRM na graduates, but ang kailangan pala ng IT BPO are data scientists and engineers.
May comment ba kayo, Doc?
Yeah, definitely. Although it's not. I think it's the biggest challenge. If you can solve a problem like what we have in Manila, I think you can.
You solve yung problem in Manila, we can say you can solve your similar problems in Cebu, Davao, and other urban cities in Philippines. Even Baguio. You already experienced traffic in Baguio, but there's already, we can say, wave of economic activities going into Baguio.
Okay, thank you. I have another question for the DIME project of Engineer Quesado. So, I'm somehow I have some idea dun sa ginagawa ninyo. So, can you expound how data analytics, data science helps in monitoring yung DIME, I mean yung build projects ng government? They are recipient pala nung AI road ng datos, but there are other projects, yung MAPA and RAIN, as explained by Engineer Kenneth kanina. So I think they have analytics. Can you expound on that?
Before DIME, so one of the kanina as my discussion, DIME is there to implement the management side of DBM. So before DIME, ang monitoring process ni DBM is desk review lang. So kung ano yung pinapasa ng agency, check lang, more on the financial side. So physical side, walang validation.
Yes.
So with Project DIME, so with the use of satellite images and AI, so magkakaroon na tayo kaya na nating ibangga si financial side with the physical accomplishment. And may physical evidence na tayo.
Okay, so before I answer the datos-related questions, any questions from the audience? We're open to accept questions. Anyone? About smart cities, satellite images, Earth observation data? Okay, so nahihiya pa kayo? Okay lang, it's okay to ask question. Actually, I have another question kay Sir Nestor, Doc Nestor. How do you track yung mga bikes ninyo, sir? You use, do you install your own towers or you use technologies available?
So right now we use the cellular system, mainly because there's an infrastructure requirement in sending the data from the bikes. We're doing real-time monitoring. But of course, there will be dead spots, and that's the challenges. And there could be some solutions there, like using localized communication systems like LoRaWAN. And that can be part of the solution for a system that really works. And secondly, there's also a problem when you go indoors. So if you bring the bikes indoors, you lose track of the bike. So, but of course, there are also technical solutions there. You can have indoor localization technologies, or you can even, like GPS could be extended indoors. That's a possibility as well.
Yeah.
But I think the idea is we have something that can be tested and validated and then improved over time.
Then you can also use that to other devices.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so if any questions from the audience? Ayun, meron. Okay, thank you, sir. Can you state your name and affiliation?
Yung question ko po kay sir, okay, sa inyo po.
Kay Engineer Kenneth. Okay,
Huwag mahirap.
Okay po, sa engineer po. So, yung kanina po may pinakita,
Sige, okay, we're hearing you. Sige, use the mic.
nakita kayo na image, yung may change in image, yung sa may airport sa Bohol. Tapos parang may matrix kayo dun, diba? Parang difference lang, tapos dito yung change image. So parang kapag yung given na parang nakuha natin yung change image, parang ano bang parang information, ano bang ibig sabihin po nun pag ganun po? So parang progress po ba yun? Parang, kasi may interest.
Yung kanina may red pixels?
Yes po.
Okay. Kasi yung kanina, yung GIF na may slider, pag in-slide natin, makikita natin, from June 2014 to Feb 2019, may change, di ba? Nandun yung runway. So, ang tanong sa atin ngayon is how to quantify those changes. Kasi pwede natin sabihin, oo, nandyan. Pero ilang percent, parang ganun ang tanong eh. So, we apply imaging techniques like pixel-based differencing saka yung AI road detection na dinevelop ni Datos to quantify those changes. So, para malaman na, kasi ang agency, nagsasubmit sila ng percentage accomplishment sa DBM. Ngayon, how do we validate those yung sinasubmit nila? So, yun yung way natin pag-validate.
Okay po. So parang percentage ng progress ng construction po. Okay po.
Any more? Okay, madam.
Hi, I'm Carmi Esclanda. I actually work for NEDA, but I'm on leave now because I'm studying data science in AIM.
Okay.
Is since I'm not working now, is there an initiative to measure the water shortage? We have this monitoring thing, we have this satellites, but then during the water shortage, is there something that we did for?
Sa akin, di ba? So, actually, dapat gagawin kong project sa master's na subject ko yung monitoring. Pero, ang sabi ng professor ko is, kung monitoring using satellite images, medyo hindi swak. Kasi we have rain gauges na saka madaling mag-monitor ng level eh. So, medyo parang hindi swak na gamitin si satellite images to monitor yung sa mga dam level ba? Kasi daily meron nang nagmo-monitor nun. Madaling makuha yun. So, using satellite images na meron tayo, halimbawa, Landsat na every 16 days, so medyo hindi siya practical na gawin. Parang ganon, yung sabi sa akin.
If we connect it to the smart city development, we should have a view that it's not done only at the city level. You need to anchor it in a corridor strategy. Like yung earlier example, if we're talking about cargo transportation, it will be Manila, Valenzuela, and Bulacan. For the case of water, we may have to look at who are the provinces or cities experiencing shortfall of water supply, and can they combine together their resources to invest in a bulk water supply. Some infrastructure investment would require cities working together, because one city is not enough, or it's not viable for them to solely get that infrastructure investment. Okay, so the answer maybe to your question would be, there's a high-tech approach for monitoring, but as well as there's an engineering and grounded approach to understand, and together with yung economic forecasting, how fast yung population will grow, as well as yung migration of the people across the city. Kasi for example, if yung Cebu has a vision to make it at the creative and innovation center of the country, that means talent from the other Visayas island will go to Cebu. Maybe spend Monday to Friday working in Cebu, and on the weekends will go back to their respective islands. In that case, yung water provision requirements of Cebu will significantly increase. So the answer to the water shortage question would need connecting three parang domains: economic and demographic forecasting, including migration, related to engineering and infrastructure, what is the current capacity of the bulk water system, and third, yung high-tech or technology approach, where you have a very good and complete view of the different water system across the country.
Okay. So one last question. This is actually from our live streaming on YouTube. So Jerome De Leon, to Datos, any plans to provide API to access your data? Most products developed are many stakeholders facing, e.g. government. Maybe you can accelerate project development if you allow the public, especially the students and other experts, to engage and contribute.
Okay, so what's the name again? Jerome? Okay, so if you're watching, hello. Actually, we have another proposal to the DOST. Actually, I would like to discuss it now, na somehow related to that. So we will develop a platform wherein yung satellite imagery or the outputs or the temporal data, especially from the free data set, can be, ay gagawin naming analysis-ready data. Okay, so I hope that will serve yung question. It's not an API, but you can use different open source tools then later to access the data set at skip nyo na yung part na you do the pre-processing usually done heavily by the remote sensing people. So if you want time series ng temperature, for example, you just pull the data from the data you want, and then you can have your own analysis. So hopefully, if it will be approved, next year we will have that implementation. So, and it will be publicly accessible. And this time, actually, yung mga outputs ng datos can be accessed. You can send requests from us, and we will send them to you, yung mga flood maps and the other data set na nire-release namin. And later on, you will release din yung link nung WMS server namin, wherein you can just load the data sets sa inyong GIS software or sa inyong mga websites. Okay? So, I'll go on with another question here for Datos. The question is, with the National Space Agency ACPAS, what do we look forward to establishing the first space agency in the country? And what are the immediate functional areas of the space agency? Okay, so sasagutin ko na lang siya shortly. The space agency have, according dun sa law, they have 6 key development area. The first is the national security and defense. The second is hazard management and climate studies. Space research and development yung third. The fourth is space industry capacity building. Fifth is education awareness. And sixth is the international cooperation. So I think the DOST has efforts with different aspects nito, almost all of these key development areas, especially in space research and development. So some infrastructure or na meron si DOST will be transferred according to the law then to the PhilSA to jumpstart it. So I think makapag-start naman na siya agad-agad pagdating ng time na ni-release na nila or they want to do it. And by the way, the vice chairperson ng Philippine Space Council will be the DOST secretary and the DND secretary. So I hope yung scientific applications ng space agency will still be there. So actually yun yung magiging focus niya. Another question is yung weather data, will it be publicly available, and yung granularity ng data. The weather data from us to develop sensors has always been public. Actually, you can access them sa asti.dost.gov.ph, so makikita mo yung historical data, and the sensor sends every 10 or 15 minutes sa DOST. So that's it, and hopefully you learned something from our panel, and thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much. To formally end this session, I'd like to invite the panel to stand at the front for a group picture, as well as to give out the certificates and the tokens of appreciation.
Let's have Sir Rufino and Sir Joel in front for the photo op. The certificates are presented to the speakers for their valuable contributions during the Data BREW DOST-ASTI Data Science Kapihan, conducted by the Datos Help Desk in partnership with Wave Computing Inc. Given this 28th day of August 2019 at Wave Computing Ignition Venture Studios, Marajo Tower, 26th Street, corner 4th Avenue, Bonifacio Global City, Taguig, Metro Manila. And while we're giving them their tokens of appreciation, DOST-ASTI would also like to give a certificate of appreciation to Mr. Rufino Ole III for his valuable contribution during Data BREW 3 DOST-ASTI Data Science Kapihan, given this 28th day of August 2019 at their office at Wave Computing Inc., Ignition Venture Studios, Bonifacio Global City, Taguig, Metro Manila. Thank you very much. All right, we are done for the first panel of the day. And the next topic, the second panel, will talk about finance.
Okay, so for this session, let's call on Diana Jimenez-Leomo from Wave.
Hello, good morning. We'd like to call our esteemed panel for the finance sector. Who's having coffee? Wala. Data BREW, right? Still have snacks right over here. We still have snacks. If you check in your goodie bags, we gave you a Wave mug. You can give them a little wash and binyagan nyo na sa coffee natin dito. It's the same on the other side. At the overflow area, we also have coffee and snacks for everyone. Is everyone still awake? Are you excited for the next tech talk? Okay, thank you to the 3 people who responded. All right. I'd like to call on our speakers for the finance panel. Can we have you sit up front, please? Sir TJ, Mr. Nichelle, Sir Kit. Good morning. All right, let's get this party started. Please bear with me. These are pretty long and impressive CVs, so I'll have to read them out. Hindi ko sila ma-memorize. Let's start with our very first panelist. So our first panelist has been with a bank that I'm sure every one of us knows and trusts. He's been with BPI for over 20 years. For over 10 years. He's been with the banking industry 10 years. So before becoming the company's business transformation head, he's been taking charge of senior roles in retail lending, preferred banking, BPI Family Savings Bank branches, among others. Before that, he was with L'Oreal Philippines as their Chief Financing Officer and Operations Manager. He was also with Procter & Gamble as President of Savings and Loan Association, as well as other senior positions over the years. Now Kit is gonna correct me in a bit. He's received his BS in Industrial Management Engineering from De La Salle University. So, woo-hoo, sinong De La Salle dito? Si Kit.
You guys,
And his postgraduate is...
okay.
Okay, Kit is gonna help us fix it.
Yeah, okay. No. Yeah,
Second
somebody, sorry, you guys.
There was a mistake. Oh my
so
God.
many.
Oh no. So sorry about that.
Let me
though.
correct that. Okay, I'm
Please
currently
do.
with BPI. I've been with the bank for more than 10 years. I am. Yeah, okay. I'm currently the head of business transformation. It basically means that I can stick my nose into so many things. I was head of retail lending. I was head of preferred banking. I was head of BPI Family Savings branches. I was head of Unibank support and project management office. My real heritage really was with Procter & Gamble, P&G. That's Procter with an E, Procter, not Proctor, but Procter, okay? Yes, I was of the local savings and loan association here in the Philippines, but my last role there in 2000 was I was the finance and associate director for budgets for global feminine care. Okay, I had finance and and accounting responsibilities for Asia Paper, for Asia Foods and Exports. I was the plant supply, PS Finance, product supply finance, associate director for the Philippines. I was in P&G for 13 years. Okay, so
Got
13
that.
plus 20 means that 33.
All right. So 30
Okay,
plus 10 lang.
I was CFO and operations manager of L'Oreal Philippines for a little over 4 years. Okay, from 2001 to 2005. From 2005 to 2008, I was CFO of AstraZeneca Philippines. Okay, that was before I joined BPI. Okay. I have an undergraduate degree, a BS in Industrial Management Engineering. I have an advocacy for family, so I also have a postgraduate certificate on marriage, education, and family. That's to support my role as Vice President Treasurer of a foundation I am with called EduChild Philippines.
All right.
Okay?
We are
Maybe
gonna
we
fix
have to
that.
correct that.
Yes, absolutely. We are. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Let's head right on to Kit's presentation.
You won't introduce the rest? Okay, yeah, well, a lot of data scrubbing that you guys need to do on this one, okay? Okay, I work for BPI Business Transformation, and BPI is one of the biggest banks in the Philippines. By assets, we're number 3, sometimes number 4, depending on how much you value or where land bank goes. Okay, more than 160 years in existence. My responsibilities span several areas. Among them will include data science. Okay. Now we're highly regulated, so I hope you don't mind. But our typical use cases, that's going to be a little discreet, okay? Because of banking secrecy laws, I can't talk about any of you guys' bank accounts, which I hope are with BPI, but I have a feeling not, okay? The typical situation is 30% of those who are bankable bank with us. That's roughly what we believe to be the case. Where do we use data science and analytics? The most common place is fraud detection. Okay, so with the highly regulated environment that we're operating in right now, and with all of the threats that are coming, because it's highly digitalized now, anything can be transferred right now almost instantaneously. You have the infamous case of the Bangladesh heist, okay, that happened. We pride ourselves in being one of the most electronically secure banks in the Philippines. Okay, if you see the computer security systems that you see in the movies, where you have all of these huge walls of monitors, we have those. Okay, of course I can't show that here, but we have those. We're one of the few banks that actually has that. Okay, we also use data analytics for credit scoring. So anybody who wants to apply for a loan, for a credit card, personal loans, we use that, and we subscribe to the typical providers like TransUnion and CRIF. Okay, I'm not sure that you guys are familiar. By the way, I forgot to ask, how many of you are employees of Wave Computing? What's the profile of the rest of the population? All over the place? So the invite list goes to whom? I just saw. External. So it's an invite. Okay. I just need to make sure that I calibrate what I talk about. Okay. Then you also have chatbots. Okay, with a significant amount of bank accounts and products that we have. We encounter a lot of messages electronically, and it's humanly impossible to be able to react with all of those without some kind of assistance. We're doing an initial foray in RPA to be able to help us, because in the banking industry, what I think you don't understand is that a lot of the banks grow big because of mergers and acquisitions. And because of the cost of systems, okay, you end up with a lot of systems that you have to make do with. And so it's not uncommon to have workers in the bank who access 10 to 20 screens at a time, okay? And it becomes very repetitive. So RPA is a very big opportunity for us, okay? So then you've got the curse and the blessing of the size of the bank. Okay, we have more than 1 trillion pesos worth of assets, and we process about 1 million transactions a day, thereabouts. Okay, now 2 minutes left. You're kidding? Okay, I had to spend a lot of time to fix your presentation, your summary of my. Okay, now, so number of transactions is a problem. Electronic threats is a real problem that we have to deal with. Competition, both traditional and fintech, is also something that we have to protect against. And the reality of processing power has become a blessing. Okay, so the cost of prediction is much cheaper. Making decisions earlier is much more available right now. And we are embedded in the economy whether we like it or not. Okay, when Christmas comes along, vacation for us is disallowed. So because we become basically a utility for the whole economy. Okay, now how do we think about data analytics in the bank? You saw as my background. I'm not a banker by complete history. My total career has been half outside the bank, more than half outside the bank and inside the bank. But being an IE, one of the things that I try to bring in is practical applications of theoretical stuff. Okay, so let's talk about an interesting peg. How many of you know what, where's the button for, how many of you know what this is? What is that? It's a menu of McDonald's from 1990. Okay, many of you were not born at the time. Okay, so the transformation of we moved from this to this. Okay, now this transformation happened even before the wave of data analytics that's been happening now, but it's an interesting thing to reflect on because what actually happened, it used to be that when you order a la carte, you would order like this. You'll have a burger, then you'll get asked, do you want fries with that? Then you're asked, do you want a drink with that? Do you want soda with that? Right? But if you look at it, there's probabilities associated with it. There's 50% chance that he'll want fries with that, 90% chance that he'll want soda with that. So when you plot that out, the outcomes are actually 4 outcomes with an expected value of 92, ranging from 50 to 110 pesos. Okay? So what has McDonald's done? They've gone through, analyzed their transactions and said that, you know, I'll just trade off having these options available, looking at this menu, okay, it won't back up, this menu approach, and move to this, and still end up with the same expected value of sales per contact with the customer. But there's a big difference. Moving from the old a la carte approach to the menu approach actually results in a 50% improvement in your throughput, right? Same price, 50% improvement. If you actually calculate how much additional sales that translates to per counter on a 16-hour day, that's about 10 million pesos annually. If you have 1,500 points of sales with 3 counters per store, okay, you're talking about 30 to 40 billion pesos worth of additional sales, all coming from analytics. Okay. Now, when you look at that, you also say you won't see the incremental sale. Okay, you won't see the incremental sale if there is no queue, right? I can't go to the next person. So during off-peak hours, what's the task? Does it make sense to go for you to go to a la carte? No, the sense now for the mandate now when it's off queue, off peak, is to upsell. So in this model, what I'm saying is, let's bundle it up, 92 pesos. I trade off half the time that I'm able to price at 110, but offer something more to these guys at a price that is less than what it would have cost him if he ordered a la carte. Makes sense, right? So it's a very clear financial translation of everything that you guys are doing, okay? So we have very interesting opportunities inside the bank, because not only do we have access to all the data that you guys thirst for, which we can't give you access to, okay? We actually have the money that's in there. We actually have the flows that's in there. And now the challenge is for us just to bring in the quant types to be able to get into cases like this. So the opportunities that we could end up applying data science to is immense. It's immense. It becomes just a matter of which one do we prioritize. Okay? So anyway, that's the little bit that I wanted to share with you. So we'll just go for Q&A later on. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Kit. All right. So we apologize for the mistakes in your profile. We are fixing it right now. But as we do that, let's move to the next panelist. Our next panelist also has extensive experience in the finance industry. He's been in finance for 25 years, in international banking, with senior roles both in investment banking and sales and trading. So you see Nichelle passing the mic. Obvious daw kasi sino may 25 years. All right. He was most recently co-head of Credit Suisse Investment Banking Philippines. But before that, he was with Goldman Sachs Singapore in the Fixed Income Currencies and Commodities Group, covering Southeast Asia. Prior to that, he was with ING New York and Manila in emerging markets fixed income trading. He has an MBA from Columbia University. Everyone, let's welcome Mr. Johnny Escaler, the CEO of Trusting Social.
Hi. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thanks for having me here. So I head Trusting Social here in the Philippines. We are an AI and machine learning company focused on bringing financial inclusion to the markets that we operate in. So just go quickly, through what is the problem that we're solving, that we're using, we hope that AI will solve. There's two things, no? One is the problem faced by many lenders in these markets is most people don't have access to financial services, and that's mainly because banks don't know who they are. They're invisible to them. No, about 20% of the market is covered by credit bureaus and the banking industry. So banks tend to focus on the 20% and don't know how to handle the 80%. There's, in other words, a lack of data. So that's one big problem is we're trying to solve, this lack of data to service the 80%. The next problem that we're trying to solve is when you're trying to figure out whether a person is creditworthy or not, you're trying to model human behavior. You're trying to model whether a person, is willing to pay or has the capacity to pay. So I like this graph, which really shows the difficulty of what we need to do in Trusting Social. No? Typically, AI has very high predictive power if it's used in the areas of, let's say, flying airplanes, driving autonomous cars, because these use cases for AI are governed by, by the laws of physics, by the laws of chemistry, which can easily be quantified. No? The data that you get is observable and it's all over. But when you're trying to predict human behavior, things get a little bit more complicated. You're trying to predict whether the guy's fraudulent, whether the guy, can pay. So you'll find that there's no model really that's been created to model human behavior, much less consumer behavior. So this is where we play in, and obviously there's a lack of data in what we're trying to do. There's very little records out there. Most of the records actually are proprietary. BPI doesn't share their goods and bads to the market, right? So how do we address this problem? So you can look at financial transactions, you can look at telco data, you can look at social media. All these things give us our inputs into how we score people. And that has actually enabled us to make our score very, very predictive. Trusting Social partners with telcos, and we analyze anonymous subscriber data. So we look at how a person uses his mobile phone. We look at four main, facets of a person's mobile phone usage. We look at his CDRs, SDRs, we look at geolocation, how he moves. He looks at transaction history is how often do I top up my load, no? Remember, we're scoring both prepaid and postpaid. For the most part, we're used to score the prepaid market. So transaction history is what kind of data plans you use, how often do you top up, what size top-ups do you make. And value-added services, if you buy ringtones, if you play gambling games, if what you do on your mobile wallet, all those data go into our model. And the model takes basically a view, right, on a person's income, on a person's employment. For example, if you're moving from A to B constantly from Monday to Friday and you stay around A, then the machine will probably figure out, oh, this person is employed. If he tops up his phone on the 15th and the 30th regularly, chances are he has a paycheck. We look at financial management skills. So we use as a proxy, the way you manage your load is a proxy for how you manage your resources. Kung gaano ka kasino the way you use your load. Do you take advantage of the telco's promos to extend the life of your load? Do you like to run your balance to zero, or do you like to create keep a buffer on your account? These are all telling signs of the way a person manages his finances. Social capital is also a very important feature that goes into our in our predictive model. So we look at who you call, who calls you, all anonymous. No? We look at the frequency of interaction to figure out what your social network looks like. Who are your supporters? And this is very important for two reasons. One is you tell me who your friends are, and I'll tell you who you are. So the people that you're surrounded with tell a lot about a person. No? So your credit score is not just driven by you yourself, but the people around you. And another reason why this is important is if you fall into hard times, pag nagkasakit, nag-aksidente, you will typically borrow from your immediate circle. And so all of those things go into the score that we produce. No? So what has this enabled us to do? Now that 80% that was just unknown to everyone is invisible. Now we've been able to segment the market, right, into risk categories. So we've introduced risk-based pricing into the market. So people more to the right, you can offer them pre-approved credit lines or credit cards. People to the left, in the middle, you can probably offer personal loans. And people who are even riskier, maybe semi-secured loans. So it enables us to work very closely with lenders to develop their products and offer the right product to the right person at the right time. I think. So why is telco data so powerful, and why do we use it? Mainly because, one, it enables us to really create models that are very predictive. Our models have a Gini coefficient of 67. In other words, that's the ability of our models to detect goods and bads very early on. It also gives us a different facet of a person, right? Because now we now know a little bit more about how he manages his resources. We now know a little bit more about what his social circle looks like. The models we create are also very, what we call generic or stable, because we use large universal samples. So we were, if, for example, with Globe, we're analyzing 60 million people every day, every second of the day. Of course, as data scientists, you all love a lot of data, and as you can imagine, we're downloading telco data every day on 60 million people. So our data is constantly refreshed. So our credit scores evolve over time through the life cycle of a person. So it gives us also additional views on a person, whether it's fraud, or his income level, or his level of risk. And I'll just finish off with this slide. So AI is at the heart of what we're trying to do to bring financial inclusion to the Philippines. So if you think about it, financial inclusion means zero paperwork, zero human intervention, and zero turnaround time. And the way we do that is mainly through AI, and we're doing it now primarily with the telco score to give a credit score to every mobile phone subscriber in Globe. And soon this will lead into other products, like we can determine a person's income based on his behavior. We can also help banks with more targeted customer acquisition or fraud. Yeah, that's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. All right, there you have it. Now, we're just midway, but we got a very interesting mix of talks. So the first one with Kit and BPI gives you an idea of how data analytics works and how it encourages organizations to be more efficient, how they use it to be more efficient. Now, the second one is less traditional. It's an interesting way of finding out credit scores. Now, our third speaker Hello? Our third speaker started his career as a management associate in HSBC, where he held various roles in treasury, retail banking, and wealth management. He became vice president and headed the HSBC Trust Department. In 2017, he graduated from the Wharton School with an MBA, majoring in finance and real estate. He has since held roles in investment banking and M&A advisory. He's also a CFA charter holder, and is an active member of the CFA Society of the Philippines. Everyone, let's welcome Mr. Nishal Gaba, CEO and founder of Philippine Digital Asset Exchange.
Thank you so much for having me here. I feel a bit out of place because everyone's core is data science, whereas we're finding out about how important data science and AI is as we go along in our business model. So let me start by trying to blend in. Okay? Who invests in securities? Who has a call financial account? Or who invests in bonds or mutual funds? Okay, I hope you see what I did there. I started my talk by doing a bit of data gathering so I can blend in. But kidding aside, what's PDAX? Oops. PDAX is a financial marketplace for blockchain-enabled products. So that includes the likes of Bitcoin, Ether, Litecoin, and all the cryptocurrencies you heard about, and some of which you probably saw also in the news as scams. But don't worry, this is absolutely scam-free. We're a regulated platform, so that means that we adhere to all market standards, similar to how the PSE facilitates marketplace for equity securities. I couldn't figure out exactly how best to explain what we're doing, so I'm gonna do it with an image. Yeah. Are you familiar with the image on the left? It's called the Rube Goldberg machine. Okay? Basically, what it is, it's a really complicated machine designed to do something super simple. In this case, it's a super complicated machine designed to turn on a light bulb. Okay? You have Rube Goldberg machines designed to open doors, something really complex, but that's what it does. So in a way, that's how financial markets here in the Philippines operate. We have so many parties involved, we have so many redundant processes, but at the end of the day, the goal is very simple. We need to provide access to investment access to savers and also capital to capital seekers. And that's what PDAX is trying to do with the use of blockchain technology. Through blockchain technology, we're creating digitized securities or securities in token form that are much more easily tradable and much more flexible and easily divided into smaller amounts, making micro-investing possible and making cross-border investments and trading much more easy to do than it is today. Now, I mentioned earlier that as we go deeper into our business model, we're realizing that there are a lot of data science and AI applications. So one example is in financial markets today, take for example, the US equities markets. More than 90% of the orders being sent to NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange are actually done by algorithmic trading. So these are bots or machines designed to trade based on certain indicators. There are a number of trading strategies employed by these bots. Okay, so you have momentum trading, which is basically looking at market indicators like where the price will head based on past indicators, etc. And then your algorithm will decide what to do, right? Do I trade? Do I buy? Do I sell? And at what price? And I guess the more recent ones and the more popular applications are in sentiment-based algo trading. A good example is now there's actually a trading bot that's designed to trade stocks based on the tweets of Donald Trump. Okay, so basically what happened was They aggregated all of Donald Trump's tweets, and they also gathered all the market responses based on Donald Trump's tweets. And now this bot can make money every time Donald Trump sends a message. Now, what are the other applications of data science and AI in financial services? So some of that was covered earlier, right? The biggest application right now is in identifying customers. As you know, financial services is a very regulated industry. We don't want bad money flowing to the system. And so we have to identify who are these people transacting on our platforms. Now, because it's so expensive to meet someone face-to-face, to conduct due diligence on a person to see if he's a bad actor or not, historically, financial services have been cost prohibitive for most people. But the only way that you can fulfill due diligence requirements, but at the same time provide access to more people, is to actually use a solution that can help you identify customers. Detecting if IDs are fraudulent, or even checking names against known a database of known actors. Another application that's gaining traction right now as well is robo-advisory. So this is also very popular in the crypto space. You have basically you have very successful traders who you can follow. In the more traditional markets, the application of robo-advisory is basically it will ask you a series of questions to determine your return and risk objectives, and you don't need to hire an investment advisor anymore, right? The algorithm will select portfolios for you. So there's a lot of applications in financial markets, and more a marketplace like ours, we're having to enable these applications on our platform, either via API-based trading or really robust data feeds to provide inputs to these algorithms. So happy to take questions.
Roy, James, or TJ Palanca.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the very interesting intro. Can I get my slides on? Do I press this in? Oh, there we go. Great. All right. Thank you. So I followed the slide template they sent me, so it's going to be very uninspired. But yeah, just a bit. About First Circle, you may not know about it. We're just next door at Net One. We're a fintech company. We're based in the Philippines. And the problem we like to always stress with people is that Philippine SMEs, small and medium businesses, are critically capital constrained. That means that they're historically underserved by the traditional financial market. And that's what First Circle essentially exists to solve. We do that by providing short-term trade finance, purchase order and invoice financing, if anyone's familiar. You know, the loan sizes are roughly from between like 15,000 to 10 million through a seamless digital product. So everything from KYC, creating your account, you know, getting your personal and business documents verified, applying for a loan, getting funds disbursed, is all done online. Of course, you can get the aid of an account manager if you'd like. Yeah, about me. So this is I just took this from our website. We're better. Yeah, there we go. So about me, I joined First Circle last November 2018. I lead a data team. We're a team of around 6 people now. We kind of work, as I in the intro mentioned, we work across the entire stack, and data engineering, all the way to analytics and BI, all the way to kind of science and modeling. Before that, I was in Singapore, kind of working on data science problems at Uber and then Grab. You probably know what happened there. Basically, my bread and butter was incentive delivery, so getting incentives to drivers and riders in an automated fashion, getting the most bang for buck there. I like graph theory, Bayesian statistics, aviation, and if anyone wants to talk about that, just pull me aside. Next. Yeah, so I only have 2 slides here, and I'm going to talk about how we're thinking about kind of AI applications in the company. The way I like to bucket, the way I like to tell the data team what the mission is that we're here to empower decisions. You know, whether they're very high frequency decisions, very low frequency decisions, we're going to ensure that they're supported by data or made using data. And I like to bucket them into these 2 categories. Some are strategic, some are operational. Strategic are like, they're low frequency, but they have high impact. So an example is a market launch or a product launch. Operational decisions are the opposite, but are equally valuable, right? They're low impact, but they're high frequency. So stuff like, providing a credit score to someone or providing credit limit to someone. These are decisions that are operational. And I would say, like, if you're in an organization that's thinking about applying AI and ML, probably the way to start is to start with the bottom part, the operational decisions first, because usually the strategic decisions are kind of still in the realm of like analytics and business intelligence. And that's primarily because of these things I've said here. Kind of data availability is high on the operational decisions because there's a constant feedback loop. It's a closed system, so what I like to say is if you're thinking of applying AI or ML, think of closed systems like image recognition, where all the data you need to determine if it's a cat is already in the image, as opposed to like a product or market launch where there's a lot of unstructured information outside of your data set that you probably won't be able to incorporate. So probably, so the way we think about it is we start from the bottom when we're thinking about machine learning, and we move up, right? And right now I would say for First Circle, we're kind of in the credit limits, credit scoring area. That's where it's particularly advanced, and for the rest, we're kind of making our way there. So how do you actually get up, or how do you level up kind of the analytics practice or like the data practice in your organization? That is in the next slide. So I'm a big fan of Eric Colson at Stitch Fix. He's my favorite person. And I borrowed this from his HBR article. And essentially, this is how we're thinking about moving kind of decision-making upwards in the organization. So first, it starts with intuitive. So it's important to point out that not the entire company has to adopt this, but like certain projects, like if it's just an ops hack or like an experiment, can stay in the lower levels. But as it becomes more and more a part of how your company does business, it's usually better to kind of start moving it up. Usually it starts intuitive, so like human judgment, business decisions. Great. And then we start going to like more data-driven, standard business process or like operational decisions, such as, for example, if you're running a KYC process that's run by humans, et cetera. Usually, you would get a data set, you'd summarize it, but at the end, kind of a human still kind of looks at it, whether through a dashboard or a report, and makes decisions off of that. What we'd like to get to is the last part, which is kind of AI-driven, but with humans in the loop. And this is the part I stress the most, is we still have human judgment in the process. So for example, our VP of risk kind of has extensive experience of risk management from Bridgewater, and we need to ensure that a lot of that non-digital information is still captured in human judgment. So how we do AI is, it generates possible actions, but at the end of the day, especially for high-risk decisions, we still gate it through an expert. Yeah, I don't think I have enough time to go through the rest of the stuff, so that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, TJ. May we ask our panel to come back to the hot seats up front? Okay, I've been going through the list of questions being sent by our audience. The first one, the most common one actually, was a question about opportunities and challenges for data science and AI in the finance space. But I think each and every one of you have touched upon that. I'm going to jump right into the next question instead and ask, for your own organization, what is your top AI implementation priority? So I'm sure you have a couple. What do you think would you want to prioritize? Shall we go with Johnny first? Closest to me.
From a data science perspective, because we think we've found, we've really broken ground in terms of creating deep learning sort of techniques to mimic human, how humans see human behavior in the machines that we've created. So that's something that we think is groundbreaking, and we want to, mature that technology further. I guess a more practical application also is localizing this credit scoring model for each particular market, taking into account the sort of the payment behavior in different markets. No? I think those are the main priorities from a data science point of view.
All right.
Yeah, so I think I already briefly mentioned this in the talk. We start with a kind of high frequency operational decisions first. So we need to give everyone and that's essential.
For us, it's KYC. In order for us to service the lower segments of the market, we need to be able to service them viably. Right now, we rely a lot on manual processes, and it precludes us from servicing clients below a certain threshold. So KYC.
For us, it's I mentioned it. It's fraud detection, mainly because of the size and frequency of transactions that we handle. But the other one that's quite interesting actually has to do with how do you use data science in allowing humans to punch above their weight. Okay, because if you end up thinking about AI and data science as potential replacements for humans, then you're going to end up really threatening the organization a lot, which is not the case. I mean, when Excel came in, you didn't replace accountants. You allowed accountants to do higher order analysis. Okay, the financial business is a trust business, and you don't command trust. Okay, you can't translate it to a number. There's a lot of personal touch that's involved. So actually, what we're sensing is there's going to be a higher level of human requirement in the transactions. Personalization is going to become one of the big challenges that we're anticipating moving forward.
All right, it's very interesting that you touched a bit about personalization, because one of the questions also raised by our audience has to do with personalized services and how it may affect data privacy. Now, what is your approach towards this concern, and how would you encourage others to be more accepting of data science and AI applications against fears of encroaching on data?
Well, I have the mic, so I guess it's going to go backwards. We're highly regulated. So the rule is simple. You violate banking secrecy, kulong ka. Okay, very simple. Okay, so we take it really seriously, and we also take it seriously as a moral obligation, really, to our clients. What else do I have to say?
Right. Actually, I think it's a very fundamental trade-off, right? If you want to make use of data, then you have to provide data to someone who can aggregate it and synthesize it. But not to digress here, but there are solutions now, right? Anything from anonymizing data to encrypting data end-to-end, or to something in our field, like in blockchain. In the blockchain field, you have permissioned blockchains where specific facets of a piece of data can be permitted to be processed by a party, and the permission can be revoked. Okay, it all occurs in distributed ledgers. So maybe in the future, we can live in a world where we are in charge of our own identity, or we control our own identity. That, for example, if we open up a bank account, the bank only sees what the bank needs to know, And when you discontinue the relationship with the bank, you simply withdraw permission from your data, and boom, you're forgotten. So these technologies do exist, but I think widespread adoption is like a long, long way off.
Yeah, all right. So not a lawyer. We have an excellent data protection officer who is a lawyer. So I won't speak to the actual compliance issues there. But what I would say is, from a data team's perspective, what I do try to enforce with my team is kind of the culture of kind of safeguarding user data. So there's a lot of situations where, small decisions such as like, do you pull everything as opposed to just pull what you need? Those are things that can only be kind of enforced through kind of ensuring that everyone on your team is aligned that they should be protecting user data. Well, I would say in the company, we do have a very strong culture for kind of taking care of our users, especially that we do deal with businesses, not personal consumer, not consumers. So the relationship's much more intimate there. Yeah, so I would say, yeah.
Excellent, thank you.
In our case, because we're really we have a very sensitive position because we're working with telco usage data very intimately. So the way we get around it is we license the software to the telco, and then they run their anonymized data on it. So we never touch any personal data ourselves. The scores that are produced, which is our IP, are kept within the telco's network and are never released without consent of the borrower. So the banks have to get consent for us to draw the score out. So you can fix data privacy, issues structurally, contractually.
All right, there you have it, guys. You are learning from the pros. Let me now open the floor for questions to our panel. Yes, we have one.
Hello, yes, hi. Since PDAX deals with digital currencies, how do you deal with its volatility?
That's a great question. So I'll start from a business standpoint. PDAX is an exchange, so it means that we never really own cryptocurrencies. We only match buyers and sellers. And so the volatility does not affect us as a business. But I guess a lot of the interest is in, well, why should I buy it? It's like goes up and down. I don't know what it's gonna be, where it's gonna be at like a week from now. Like any asset, cryptocurrencies behave according to market forces, right? Right now, there's a global demand for cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, and there's also a global supply. So everything goes up and down according to those forces. There's if you run an analysis on Bitcoin, for example, you will see that volatility has actually gone down, and that's because that's in markets. That's really a sign that the forces surrounding it are stabilizing, meaning there's a more predictable source of supply, and there's also a predictable use case or demand. So should I invest in Bitcoin? Answer is it depends. I hesitate to say invest in Bitcoin, more like trade Bitcoin probably, but that's probably another question altogether.
Okay, thanks, Nishal. Any other question? Okay, we have someone from Wave.
Oh, I have a question for Sir Johnny. In getting the credit scores, how representative is your model of the population, and how do you avoid biases in your data? Is it like aggregated, for example, per gender, or how do you make sure you reach the most marginalized places because they have the most the greatest barrier to getting financial services?
Right now we do it through products. So we get motorcycles, unsecured personal loans, anything that this mass market touches, the CD market. What kind of products do they avail of? So we look at loan performance data from those samples to train the model.
Satisfied, Angel?
Okay, so we have a question from our live chat from Edgar Neri. how different is AI or ML application versus traditional credit scoring in terms of lift, methodology, etc.?
I guess you can take a step back. No, when you have traditional scoring, you have a lot of data. You have the whole, bank records, you have credit cards, you have utility payments. So these are people we call thick files. No, whereas the thick file client, there's a lot of information on them. But the vast majority of people in our country are called thin files. So there's really no records on them. No? So we only really have their, alternate sources of data to assess their credit worthiness. And the metric of the predictability is the Gini coefficient, the ability of the model to separate the goods and bads. No? So how much better you are than a random model. So if, let's say, traditional score like TransUnion or FICO would have a Gini coefficient, let's say in the 80s, but it has a lot of data supporting it, that predictiveness. We are achieving about 67 Ginis with very little data, other than the way a person uses his phone. So we don't know whether the person is a woman, a man, the address. We have no history. So lenders will look at us and say, okay, there's sufficient predictability in the model. It's a 67 Gini. But what's more important is they look at the correlation of our score to their own score. Do we see bads that they don't? Do we see goods that they don't? No? And more often than not, because the correlation is so low, our score is very additive to their credit underwriting process. So that's more than the lift. It's really the low correlation as well that people decide to use us on.
Okay, any questions from? All right, we have one here.
Hi, my name is Robin Tumaneng from DOST-TP Shared. So I'm just a little bit curious. It was mentioned before, there's about blockchain technology. So is blockchain technology is a threat to bank industry and credit loan industry, or is it an opportunity? Just how the banking industry would go on the position of that. So I'm just a little bit curious on that. So is it possible to in the Philippines to have this technology? And yes.
That's a great question. No? I'll start with the first part. Is blockchain technology a threat to traditional financial institutions? I guess I can go on record and say no, right? As with any technological revolution, more often than not, incumbent players just adopt the new technology. As Sir said earlier, when Excel came along, you didn't fire all the accountants, right? You just had accountants do something else. And if you think about the banking industry, payments, that's one part of it, right? Lending or advising, financing, these are all higher level activities that banks perform today and will continue to perform, blockchain or no blockchain. With regards to applications in the Philippines, actually there are so many, right? I would even say that the space that we are playing in, which is blockchain technology applications in finance, is probably the lowest hanging fruit, because there are very quantifiable benefits to using blockchain in financial market transactions or in financial services. Yeah, so one key variable here to make the whole equation work is acceptance, right? Adoption. And one key variable to adoption is regulatory support, which for finance applications of blockchain, you actually have. For other areas, it's getting there.
All right. Time for one last question. All right, the lady at the back.
Yes, this is for Sir Joaquin. I kind of vaguely remember the whole debacle with BPI where like the accounts were getting switched and everything, and then they were like lost money and such. I remember that debacle. So my question now is with modern AI systems, what is the confidence level that a similar incident would be prevented or completely avoided?
Yeah, I think we have to get our facts right. Okay, the what you call a debacle were isolated to a few accounts. Okay, and we made whole every single minor. Okay, because in if it's very easy to latch on to issues like that. What with social media happening like it is. One of the key metrics that you would have to look at is the stock price. Okay, market capitalization of BPI is still up there. Okay, more than 400 billion pesos worth, and that represents the capital. Where our price to book ratio is we're above book. Okay, other banks are not like that. Okay, so to actually come forward and say that there's a trust issue in there is a little bit moving too far, is overreaching. Now, what do we do? Okay, we have the consequence kasi of being very, very, like I said, we have the curse and the benefit of the size and the scale of business that we have. Okay, and among our responsibilities to our clients is to make sure that our operations are efficient. Okay, to the extent that we have to make investments in systems to be able to fix our services, we do that, including the pain that we have to go through. Okay, it's no different than when somebody has to go through a diet and slim down, if his health indicators indicating that he has to go through that. Okay, other banks don't have that kind of privilege, and they don't have that kind of guts to be able to do that. We've been blessed with very, very strong CEOs and boards that have said that we will make the investments to become the better bank. Okay, and if you look at what we've been able to do through the years, people very easily forget that just a year ago it was very difficult to log into the mobile app. Today it's very easy. Okay, today you have so many abilities that are in there, and the adoption has been fantastic. Okay, I still believe that we have the best app out there, and I'm only talking about one of the services that we provide. Okay, I'm not even touching branch banking. I'm not touching investment banking. I'm not touching insurance, retail lending. That's a whole slew of products and services that we provide a lot of clients. And if you look at financial inclusion, which is one of the topics that was brought up in here, we very quietly, I think you've not seen, but we've grown to almost 300 branches with Banco. Okay, and iba I mean, when you're talking about money, it's very easy to say that you result to the electronic interface. Face-to-face contact is still something that is highly valued, and it's still one of the best indicators of ability to extend a loan. Okay, which in the end is really the kind of financial inclusion that you want to be able to get to. Okay.
Thank you, Circuit. I hope you allow me to steal just a few minutes from your lunch. I have one last question. This is for everyone in the panel. It's a bit of a beauty pageant question, so I apologize in advance. The question is, you being champions of your own organizations, of the culture of your organizations, how do you influence others to build a culture of innovation? You're here because you spearhead innovation in your own way. Let's tell our friends how they can implement it in their own organizations. Shall we start with Sir Johnny? Okay, so let's have TJ go first.
Yeah, I'm still thinking, but
I can go first because this is something that's super top of mind for us. First, and I always say this, so I think some of my folks are watching. No one has a monopoly on good ideas. That's the one thing that we keep saying in our organization. If you have an idea, speak up. If someone has a countering idea, he or she should also speak up. And if we're all intellectually honest, we should be able to arrive at what should be the correct answer, or at least the reasonable path forward. So that's first, building a culture where no idea is undervalued. Second is creating channels for these ideas to come to the surface, right? There's variations in how confident people are in speaking up, right? Some are shy, some are not so shy, who would always speak up. So you have to create channels. And in our firm, we practice this daily huddle where everyone has the right to speak up about anything. So, and the third is probably more on the leadership side, right? There will be ideas that sound amazing, right? But you have to test it. You have to be the devil's advocate. Now, there are ideas that will seem not super smart, but you have to listen, right? So I guess those three things. First is just have that mantra. No one has a monopoly on good ideas. Second is you have to create channels. And third, your leadership has to be on board.
Let me go. So I'll approach this from someone who's heading the data team. So there's really, I would say, two things that we try to do to ensure that kind of the product moves forward, et cetera, et cetera. First is kind of democratizing data. We've invested a lot of effort into making sure that everyone in our company, even kind of people in operational teams, have access to the data they need. And that is kind of what I would say is the foundation for allowing good ideas, like all of the ideas of the organization to come through, because there's always going to be a way to resolve it objectively without it being like loudest voice in the room. So if everyone has access to the data, then it can come up with, vet, and kind of make the case for their ideas using the numbers. The second, I would say, is we follow a very strict kind of engineering process. Like we always start with kind of proof of concept, request for comment, and that kind of regimented approach to building up your product from an initial idea to like an actual full-blown thing is a way to ensure that if you're talking to business stakeholders, they're not lost, but at the same time you're making progress on that innovation as you build.
I guess I'm coming more from a sales side, sales perspective. But I think there's a lot that you can get by just engaging clients and understanding their pain points and trying to work out solutions. So I think you learn a lot from that, and that discipline of just really trying to figure out how to make life easier for your client. That will really help good ideas come up.
I guess from my perspective, one is a compelling story always helps. Okay, if the business case is clear and likelihood of success is there, I'm not talking about 100% likelihood. I mean, I'm talking about making sure that you've got risk-adjusted returns that make sense to invest in terms of viability of the idea. The second one is you have to know your stuff. Okay, I mean, it's one thing to criticize innovation. It's another thing to be able to say, I've got a counter idea. That idea doesn't work because of this and that. But if you're not able to come up with a compelling counter argument, it isn't fair to pull back the trailblazers. the third one is communicate, communicate, communicate authentically. Okay, when I say authentically, unfortunately, social media has made it easy to cheapen communication. It's very easy to emoji communicate a dislike from a like. It doesn't help a lot, actually. Okay, there's no skin in the game. And then finally, we just have to remember that behind all of the sexy math and systems that are in there, is that behind all of that are people, persons, individuals. Okay, so if you remember that behind the transaction that's being proposed in here, or behind the idea that's being championed in here, is somebody who's just actually trying to provide for a family. That makes you pause and think about, maybe I should think twice about the point of criticism or the support that this person needs to be able to pull the idea together. Okay.
Thank you so much. Friends, I hope you were taking down notes. While we still have our panel here, I turn you over to Joe and JD as we say thank you to our panel. Shall we give them a round of applause?
So to the panel speakers, Sirs Kit, Nichelle? Yep. Sir Nichelle, TJ, and Johnny, please accept our small tokens of appreciation. And we'd like to ask Sir Rufino to please come up in front for a photo op. Please stay back. We have, yes. We have goodie bags for you and umbrellas, because it's the rainy season. Very appropriate giveaways for this event. All right, thank you very much. That was a very compelling and very informative panel discussion on finance. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for accepting our invitations.
Okay.
While they are networking, while our speakers are talking amongst themselves, I'd like to formally announce that it is lunchtime. But before that, please remember that the hashtag for this event is hashtag DataBrew3. And please, if you want to conduct a lightning talk, a 5-minute lightning talk later, please drop your presentations at the booth behind you. There's a guy with a sign that says presentations drop here. So the coffee and food stations are?
So still here for the Ignition Town Hall, here at the front. For those at the Wave area, that will still be at the back towards the door.
All right, and please take this opportunity to talk amongst yourselves, ask, talk to the Wave engineers, talk to DOST-Advanced, talk to everyone, mingle, interact, and please have fun. Please be back here in your seats by 1:30 p.m.
Yeah. So please stay towards the end. We will be having a raffle at the end of the session.
1:30 p.m. is the third and final panel discussion. It is all about retail. Thank you very much. And
thank you. Have a good lunch.
Ushers. Ushers, paki-guide sila sa food.
About 4 years ago, I joined WAVE, came to the Philippines about a year ago. The challenge from Dado was, how do we expand our footprint in the Philippines? It's good for you to have a technical background and then be able to understand where your career is. Do you go one direction and stay purely technical, or do you go and bifurcate and go into the management side or into the business side? I said, you know, I don't like a fluorescent tan. Let's go ahead and go into the application side of things. I love being able to interact, understanding them, help create a solution for their problems, and at that point, things just kind of evolved. You go from applications into marketing to sales operations, like I said. So you get a full experience of knowledge. Wave Computing is an AI company. We have 3 levels of products. We have IP, we have systems, and we have the application levels. We know that it's very difficult to expand in the States. Because we're a startup, I can't pay Google salaries. I have to be able to incentivize people. Working for a Dado company, that has some cash in. Part of it is, on your CV, you will forever be able to say, I worked at a Dado company. And there is a legacy that we have to make sure upheld, because this is Bill Gates of the Philippines. We have to make sure that the kind of people that we bring on are at that level of professionalism on a regular basis. Our investors, executives, they come here and they expect to be able to communicate with the team members. And so if I'm not here, I have to be able to rely on them to impart that knowledge towards the executives. There is this prevalent thought in not just the Philippines, but in Asian culture, which is the seniority versus the junior person, right? And the look down. The kuyas, the ates are looking down at, the junior people. No, ain't gonna happen, not in my company. This is Silicon Valley. We're all about inclusiveness. We're all about sharing ideas. Everybody has to bring their A game, whether it's the junior person or the senior person. So everybody in that sense is on equal footing. It's mandatory for you to bring your knowledge and your best practices. Success does have many parents, and everybody is trying to jump on board. But I tell you what, it's how do you work with them to be as collaborative as possible, to be successful? Because I can't do this myself. It takes everybody to jump in. But what we do have is we have a team that is dedicated and wants to do well, not just for themselves, but for the company, but also for the country. If we can do that here, what Dado is trying to do is, let's bring the jobs to the Philippines. Let's give the engineers in the Philippines opportunities for growth. We don't want to see them go to other countries. It doesn't make sense. Let's have the opportunities for them to be successful here, to grow the Philippines and make the Philippines as successful as possible and be a leader on the global scale. I think it's very admirable that Ignition is working directly with DOST. We have to take the knowledge from research and be able to translate that over into entrepreneurship. That's the only way the Philippines is going to pull itself out. You have to be able to have a supportive network in order to do that. But it takes more than that. The new entrepreneurs, they're looking for guidance. They're looking for people that they can mimic. And we as a Silicon Valley company, we can come in here and be able to be a part of the community of helping Ignition to realize that dream, to show that, there is somebody that has done this successfully. The new entrepreneurs, they're looking for role models. They want to see success. So success breeds success. And that's really part of it. So if you can have this institution, this organization that is working with the government to empower the entrepreneur, by all means, and I applaud Ignition for that power training.
We now live in an era called the Fourth Industrial Revolution, where every day, data is produced in massive volumes at a breakneck pace. In the Philippines alone, the Department of Science and Technology has supported several projects that collect enormous amounts of Earth observation, geospatial, and environmental data. Big data demands a new approach in processing and analysis to leverage available data for new scientific discoveries and enhanced decision support. The Advanced Science and Technology Institute, under the DOST, spearheads data processing and analysis tasks through the Remote Sensing and Data Science Help Desk, or DATOS project. With ASTI's access to science and technology infrastructure, the DATOS project makes sense of these data using expertise in remote sensing, geographic information system, artificial intelligence, and data science. Using AI and machine learning techniques on these satellite images, the DATOS project takes mapping to a whole new level by generating satellite-based maps on demand.
DATOS is a 24-hour help desk for remote sensing and data science. The Department of Science and Technology has been investing a lot in space technology for Earth observation data.
We have the ground receiving station of Pedro. They manage our Diwata satellites. We store the data sets from the core, and from there, we generate whatever is needed for disaster during typhoon event, during earthquake.
The DATOS project's outputs can be divided into two categories. Feature detection, where an AI model is trained to detect objects automatically from satellite images, be it floods, roads, or trees.
Hi. Hi guys, we'll be starting the
Hello.
afternoon session in
Hello.
2
Recognition
minutes.
techniques are applied on radar satellite images to identify seasonal crops. Like
So
rice,
let's all settle
corn,
down and be ready
and
for the
sugarcane.
third panel. All our panelists are here.
One of the collaborators of the DATOS project is the Sugar Regulatory Administration,
Have your water and
nationwide
coffee, yes.
sugarcane plantation mapping activities.
Okay, so we're about to start. Again, you can post on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram with the hashtag DataBrew3 for a chance to win one of our giveaways. And for the feedback, please send your feedback via tinyurl.com/databrew3feedback to join the raffle at the end of this event.
Hello? Okay, everyone. So just a quick announcement. You guys have made it halfway through. I'm actually almost 75% through. As a reward, after the event today, we will be transitioning from, you don't need to shorten this one, okay? We will be transitioning from Data Brew to Data Booze. Okay, so don't tell your employers or anything like that, but seriously, this is again, as part of it, we want to make sure that you guys have a great day. You know, you've been caffeinated now we can bring it back down to mellowness with some booze in the afternoon. So we have some refreshments for you guys afterwards, okay? So please stick around. And if you don't drink, no problem. We have other refreshments too, okay? So certainly, again, it's up to you guys, but we would like to, again, give you guys a little bit thank you by having data booze, all right?
So the next part of the event is the third panel, which will talk all about retail. We have guests from Distilleria Limtuaco, from a startup called Bile Online Grocery, and we also have Ms. Mel Nava from One Export. But before that, we would just like to remind people that there will also be a lightning talk round, lightning talk session after that panel. It's a 3 to 5 minute presentation for each person. You could talk about anything about your data science initiatives. You could say your qualifications in the data science field. You could say that, hello, my name is Keith. I am looking for a job in this field. You could also say that, hi, I am from this company. I'm from Wave. We're looking for programmers or whatever. So if you guys want to present, please approach the guy in the glass booth with the sign that says presentations drop here, right? So talk about anything for 3 minutes.
Okay, so to proceed with our final panel, let's call on our moderator, Miggy Mercado from Wave Computing.
Hi everyone, thank you all for coming in the afternoon session. I'd like to introduce you to the panelists for our retail session. So our first panelist is the president of the countries, of a few of the countries in the Distilled Spirit Association of the Philippines and the publisher president of Foresight Book Publishing and Distribution Company. She has published several books and magazine titles such as Asian Dragon Magazine, the first bilingual business and lifestyle magazine in the Philippines. She's the president of Distilleria Limtuaco & Co., Incorporated, the oldest distillery in the Philippines, and she's top exporter of distilled spirits and quality leader in the Philippine liquor industry. She has recently been appointed as a special envoy to Russia. Please welcome our esteemed guest, Ms. Olivia Limpeao, President of Distilleria Limtuaco. Do you have a presentation to right? Yeah.
It's ready. So, how do I do this? Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. So we're going to talk about our company and how we would like to use artificial intelligence and data science in our business. So we are the oldest distillery. I'm the 5th generation. We're training our 6th generation to manage the company. And we have 167 years of history and entrepreneurial legacy. If you have time, visit our museum in Intramuros. We have a Distilleria Limtuaco Museum where you can learn more about our company and our products. Okay? Yeah. For 100 pesos. No, actually, Intramuros has a 1-day pass. So you can go to 5 museums for a discounted rate. And you can end the tour with a tasting for only $100. So it's really promotional for us. So do visit our museum if you have time. So there you see, that's our founder, my great-great-grand-uncle, my great-grandfather, my grandfather, my father, and then that's me for the 5th generation. I always say that unfortunately for my father, but fortunately for me, he had no sons. We're 7 sisters. So I'm here in front of you today. Okay, so how is data science and artificial intelligence relevant? So I'm not really an IT person, but Rufino said just talk about how we would like this, how we think it impacts our business and why we think we would want to have artificial intelligence. So for our company, we have our own ERP, which we developed maybe a decade ago, right? So data gathering is no longer an issue for us. So we have a lot of information that we generate through our operations. And one of the most important thing that we realize after we have the information now is what do we do with the information? So in the past, we would have reports generated. We have certain formats of reports, sales reports, by region, by product, whatever, right? But after you have those reports, you realize that you need more reports, more analysis, more in-depth analysis, which is actually difficult to do because it's hard to rearrange your data or find ways to analyze it. It's also hard for us to find people to do it for us, to think of ways to look at the data, make sense out of it, which will be very helpful for us to determine patterns of purchasing behavior by clients or to see emerging trends. So of course, one of the difficult parts is there's really lack of expertise in the Philippines, and it's a very new field, in IT, and it's difficult to get people. And even if you do find one, I think it's very, very expensive. It would be not feasible for a company to hire a data scientist, for instance, just for our own needs. So I think those are the challenges. We really want to have that. We want to have data analytics. We want all of these things, but it's difficult to acquire or to have. And that we have companies like Wave Computing who are here to help companies like us. I just hope that it's reasonably priced. Okay. No, but we're very happy that finally a group that can help us, because it's really a challenge. It's something that we can all benefit from. It will help us have more efficient use of our resources. We can have more targeted decision making in terms of what to do next, what marketing activities to undertake, where, when, how, to whom. These are all the things that we can benefit from if we have artificial intelligence. Okay? So they asked me if magic wand, what would I do? So, I would, invest in more storage. I would like this. I'm really, I would say, records and data fiend. I'm so obsessed with data and records. It's very hard to retrieve information and data in an organization, especially as the organization is growing and across departments. It's a challenge really to manage it. And I would like to be connected to my retail outlets. I would like to know how my products are really faring in stores. And when I say fair, because we do our off-take calculations, and our off-take calculations are done manually. We have merchandisers in the stores, and they tell us, okay, for this period, we have this off-take. But it doesn't take into account, many times, out-of-stock situations. So if I had a magic wand, I would like to be connected to the inventory system of my account, because then I would have a more accurate data on real offtake. I would be able to tell my accounts that you have been out of stock on what day, and if you had stocks, you would have sold more. Okay? But normally, accounts don't want us to be connected to them. So they use our people. We pay for the merchandisers. They use our people to restock, to get all the data, to do the work, but it's unfair because we don't have the data that we should be getting, because we are the ones who are spending for the labor. So that's one of the things. I think it would be good for suppliers and accounts to be connected so that we could have, we could be more efficient and we could generate more sales together. We could also have linkages, for instance, make the customer experience more interactive in the store. Of course, we should be realistic that in a store, we don't really have all the space for all the items that we would like to sell. So normally, a store would carry only your most saleable product. But in today's day and age, our millennial generation isn't one to just want things that are the best selling. they want other types of goods that they normally don't find in the market. So maybe we could have like, we could allow our customers to browse on our our suppliers' websites and give feedback to the account that we would like these products to be available in store. Or if you don't really want to carry it because it doesn't have mass volumes, what way could we acquire these products? Either through your store or directly to the accounts, right? But I think a customer experience would be, you know, would be high, would be rated high if he or she would be able to get the items that she wants, right? Rather than being limited to what is available in the store. So I think that's, as I was talking to Mel earlier, we were talking about her experience that certain accounts, they get customer feedback, right, from social media accounts, and they ask for certain brands. Some of it are like our products, our calamansi, for instance, our Manil calamansi. But, and these are feedback that they put together and report to the importers, right? So these are the type of customer experience we want, that we're able to give feedback to the buyers or to the accounts, you know, that people are looking for these items. Because normally, looking for the items doesn't register in the sales reports because it's not available for sale, right? So these are the things that we would like to know through artificial intelligence, data engineering, and all that stuff, you know. So basically, that's we only have 3 minutes, so I think that's it for today, you know. And our other panelists share their experience as well. And Miggy, I turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. for the insightful talk. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker. This speaker, the first retail panel, started his career as a supply chain associate in San Miguel, then later as a supply chain consultant at EYSGV. As a business consultant, has worked on supply chain optimization projects that resulted in hundreds of millions of cost savings for clients. He also worked on numerous human resources and finance consulting projects from industries such as electricity, construction, and education. He is also a guest speaker on National Ergonomics Convention Center fairs, and a lot of entrepreneurship events. He founded and currently leads Billy Online Grocery, your affordable everyday online grocery. Please welcome Mr. Andrew Fajardo.
Where's the slides? Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon. Nantok pa ba kayo? Yan. So, I'm Andrew Fajardo. I work as a business consultant for a couple of years. And this is one of my forte. It's retail and data analytics. So I'm gonna explain to you why it matters for me and why it matters for all of us. Okay? First, how to click? Okay. So let's start first with the basics. Why are we doing this? What's the goal, the mission, or the purpose of data analytics and supply chain management, particularly in retail? It is to delight the right customer with the right product in the right quality, at the right quantity, at the right time, and at the right place. Okay? That's a very precisely worded sentence. Look here, it's to delight the right customer. Nandyan pa lang, sinasabi niya na dapat target market na ang nasa isip ng business bago pa siya mag-act. Okay? Then the right product, meaning ito yung niya, the right quality, does it fit with his or her expectations, and so on and so forth. Now, where is the... Here. Okay. 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 So I have here a diagram. It's a simplistic diagram of the retail supply chain. Here we can see the suppliers, the storage, the manufacturing, storage, distribution, and retailer. And these comprise the business side of retail. And on the other side is the customer, which we all are a part of. Here we can see the flow of information, the flow of materials, and the flow of cash. Okay? So data analytics concerns itself with the flow of information. Flow of information that leads to actionable decisions. Because if it is just information without leading to actionable items, it's just an academic exercise. Okay? So we are concerned with actionable business decisions. So here is I found this in the net, and I don't want to dwell too much on the philosophical side of this. This basically represents the data points. For example, as I worked in P&G before, you will know that the person, this female, 17 years old, buys, say, Sunsilk every Thursday at this time. So this is millions of data points. So data analytics helps the business have decisions through connecting the data, from data to information, to knowledge, to insight, to action. Okay? So here is a sample of data points. It means that when it's connected, there is a positive correlation with them. Okay? So this is just a visual representation of it. So this is what happens. So there are four main types of retailer data: the supplier data, the market data, the shopper data, are integrated, transferred by a scalable data integration and analytics. Note that this is different from the previous analysis available for others, like say Excel, because this tool can say things to you that you are not looking for. How is that? For example, a person buys fresh milk with 7% chance of buying Oreo. You were not particularly looking for that data, but through this data analytics, show you. Okay? So instead of statistically matching all the possible combinations of data points, automated data analytics. So, okay? So what does it do? The demand-based forecast and analytics. It helps a lot, as she was the audit, the budget and planning, category planning, and shopper sensitivity. Because traditional retail right now, particularly in the Philippines, because there's a disconnect, there's a time delay. For example, you do not know in real time that your product is out of stock. Okay, so lost sales. Do not know that there is lost sales. Okay, so that's why data analytics will show you how much sales. If this is the scheduling of the quantity of delivery of your products to your distributors or to your retailers. Okay, so this is when you crunch to a machine, it takes days. Okay. Next slide. Here. So here is the for the retailers for big data. It's for merchandising. It's making sure that the right product is available for the right customer at the right time, at the right price. Okay? So it's first is merchandising. The second is marketing, of course. So when you know what people want to buy, you want to influence them more to buy the same, right? Because that's the business. You want to make a profit. So here's the goals. US study. And here to deploy big data in marketing and e-commerce. Those are the top two. Actually, one of my previous projects before was that we optimized, using data analytics, the supply chain of a $1 billion company. and it helped save them hundred millions of pesos in savings. Now, what does it translate to you? Why does it matter to you? It matters to you because now when you buy books and school supplies, it's a few pesos cheaper. And it's all because of data analytics. Okay? So the savings can range from 1 to 5% of the annual revenue of the company, depending on where you focus your data analytics and costing. Okay? So we're now going into the good example of data analytics. Right now in my video, we can have this kind of statement. If someone buys an Oreo Classic 200 grams, there is 7.4 probability that he or she will buy fresh milk. Okay, that's a good example. The customers. Not so good example that involves ethics. It's super in restaurants. 72%, but 10% people will say it's a moral quantity, right? You don't want people, according to data analytics, them more. Okay, it's higher than your RDA. So for my last slide, let's get down to summary. Retail data analytics is a powerful discipline. It helps bring costs down to make goods affordable and readily available at the right time and place to the delight of the target market customers. Ultimately, this, if applied properly, ethically, and is in retail, enhances the quality of life in general. As they say in economics, the rising tide of economic activity lifts all boats. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for that insightful talk. So, for our last speaker, I'd like to... I'd like to introduce you to Mel, who is a graduate with a degree of AB Psychology and Business Management from De La Salle University, Manila. And she earned her master's degree in business administration from the Asian Institute of Management. Before establishing her first company, she was business analyst and expert trade specialist for Solidian's Asia Pacific and Mondinian corporations, respectively. She's also been a recipient of many leadership awards, both in her undergraduate and graduate years, and a finalist in many national and international business case study competitions. The most recent was the Mobile Challenge Asia Pacific, where she was part of the top 3 startups representing Asia in the Mobile World Congress in 2016. Currently, she is the CEO and the founder of One Export Trade and Services Incorporated. Allow me to welcome our esteemed speaker, Ms. Anna Melissa Mel Nava.
Hello everyone. So I'm Mel, and I'm the founder of One Export. So well, our tagline is we help businesses go global. But let me go through what we do exactly. So these are the top line numbers that we currently have. Well, we claim to be the one-stop end-to-end exporting platform, helping MSMEs and farming communities export their products in traditional wholesale and retail markets abroad. So we don't supply to Amazon, we don't supply to Alibaba. That might be in the near future, maybe. But we supply to the supermarkets, mga palengkes. We supply to different online and offline communities. So basically, if a Filipino OFW wants a particular product, we try to get as much demand as we can, and then we ship them also in loose cargo containers. But we also ship in full cargo containers to supply our distributors and retailers abroad. Right now, we have about, actually, we just, this month, we hit 200 MSMEs. We help 200 MSMEs in the Philippines. So this is all the way from not just in Metro Manila, but even the provinces. So we're talking about Davao, we're talking about Cebu. We're also entering Palawan, so helping these farmers export their seafood abroad. 70% of the people that we help are women-led enterprises. We are able to give, we're able to give a 10,000 US dollar per transaction. So that's our average transaction. So for every sale that we're able to bring in, we at least give an SME 500,000 pesos, which allows them to actually grow their market or employ somebody. And then because of our system, because we do everything end to end, so we don't just work on the sale, we actually work on a lot of the compliances. So we do the labeling, we do the documentation. We actually have 100% clearance at port, so none of our products are held at customs. They actually get cleared. And we actually have an 80% reorder rate. So right now, we currently sell to markets like US, Qatar, Australia. We're entering China next month, and we're shipping out in Dubai this week. So we're growing very fast, but also, like, more than anything, what we are very proud of is we are able to help MSMEs export. We're able to make exporting very easy. And just to show you, basically, what have we done? So what we've done is we've broken down exporting into an actual system that works. Initially, if you're an MSME, you say you want to export, it's very, very difficult. You'll say, oh my gosh, ang dami-daming gagawin. Or even the workflow of the government, parang sometimes some of them don't understand it. So what happens is an SME doesn't export. So what we've done we've broken it down to 7 steps. And from there, we've taken 11 data points, 11 data sets across these 7 processes. No? So first, what we do is, when you're an SME and you say you want to export, we will look at your product and we will tell you, okay, where can we bring this product, right? So from the time that you come to us, up to the time that we're able to sell, we look at all of those data points. We also look at how the response time is for the buyers. So you're talking about response time, what's the response like, right? So the qualitative responses. We study all of those and then we figure out, okay, this is the type of buyer for you. We still haven't gotten this in place because, syempre, different cultures, different countries have different data points, but we're starting to see some trends over time. The other thing that, well, after we match you, then we process the documents that are required per country. So this is something that we're very good at already. Also because, because initially we targeted Australia, Qatar, and US. These are the 3 major markets for Filipino products. So Middle East, same across Qatar. Australia has a different set of documents, and US have different documents. So because we know what it is, we just actually look at the documents that are required, and we track the processing time per document. So we track how long it's gonna take local and how long it's gonna take international. Frankly, it's faster if you process like your US FDA, you can get it in 2 weeks. If you process your local documents, unfortunately, it'll take a longer time. But what we've done is, because we understand the system, we actually process your documents simultaneously. That way, we do just-in-time processing. Labels are very important. One export focuses on food and agri. The reason why we did this is because we know it's very, very hard to get into, and my background was in food and agri. So, well, if you look at the labels, you know, if you drink a Coke, there are different labels per country, and sometimes part of the port rejections are because you did not comply with labels. So, we've gotten all of those qualitative data across all markets. So, and then we've also verified them according to the ones that import and importing bodies. So we have that data. And then we process the documents. We process your orders. So after we process your documents, labels, we process the orders. We're talking about the lead time from the time that you're able to process the products until the time that you are able to deliver to us. We do some consolidations, but as much as possible, we'd like the SMEs to export on their own. But for smaller quantities, we do some of the consolidation. But basically, we look at that, and then we try to cut it down. No, so we're a startup. We don't have a warehouse, but we actually are able to just rent the warehouse just in time because we're able to plan these orders from the time that we get the purchase order from our buyers abroad. So everything is planned to the core, and it's really because this is really like a lot of order processing planning. And then after that, we deliver the products, right? So export to 90 days, and then we've also brought down the cost to 1,500 USD. So yeah, just to wrap up, okay, so this is just one slide, but basically to show you how AI and data works. This is one of the things that we're trying to implement for the smaller SMEs based in like Davao, Palawan, and all of that. You want to make your products export ready, but you don't know how. What we're trying to do is you just put in some data, and we convert them into the market label ready data. That way, if you have an inquiry in the US, or if you have an inquiry in Australia, you can easily export even without our help. You just have to be able to pay us for certain labeling requirements. But if you want to DHL something, it'll be easy. So, and the reason why we're doing this is really just because we want to make exporting easy, and with using AI and data, we believe that we can really make the Philippines an export-ready country. If you look at it statistics-wise, we are number 6 out of 10 Southeast Asian countries. We only have 3% of total ASEAN trade, and our company is, very, very driven in terms of making sure that we're able to achieve that. We're able to improve the exporting scenario in the Philippines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mel, for that insightful talk. So let's start a bit with the questions. So you guys were mentioning a while ago that a lot of the opportunities a lot of the challenges and opportunities you guys had when implementing your businesses. So I wanted to ask, in terms of your current pain points, what are the current opportunities data science could provide to solve these problems? And what are the types of bottlenecks and challenges you have in actually trying to implement these types of projects? These types of projects.
Okay, so for one export, since I guess we're talking about food, our exports are really about food. So the opportunity for data science and AI would be really food safety. If you look at it, there are a lot of sensors that are already being put in place if you want to make sure that food is safe or food came from a really good source, no. But there are not a lot of efforts done to make sure that are these labels properly done, right? Everything is still subjective at this point in the ports, and it's something that we're trying to change grassroots level and also with government. So to answer your question, one opportunity would be improving food safety and regulations across all borders. But also, one of the challenges that we face there is adoption. It's very, very difficult to just convince government. In fact, so we're working with DTI in terms of implementing this to the grassroots levels like in Palawan and CDO. But for us to be able to get that their buy-in, it actually took us 2 years of having to go to them and then, and building this product. So a lot of it is really adoption. It's also different for an SME in Manila and an SME in Palawan or in CDO to be able to use the tech that we currently have. So it's something that we're currently trying to incorporate in what we're building.
I think in my case, as a founder of Billy Online Grocery, it's knowing that 1/3 of all food are spoiled. Napapanis siya bago siya kainin. So I think data analytics with the help of your smart fridge can help you plan ahead, like how much chicken do you really need, how much grapes do you really need, how much food do you really need at this particular point in time. And since we are dealing with the warehouses up to the last mile, to the delivery of the customers, AI and data analytics can help customers better plan their spending in a more responsible way. And also, there's one thing I'm thinking about. It's, for example, let's go back to shampoo because I know a lot about them. So you can break things apart. Like say for this Head and Shoulders citrus, you can dissect it into space components like citrus, menthol, and other attributes. Then you can use data analytics to predict what customers will like in the future. So it is more of creating new product lines based on the existing products and their interaction with the customers. So that's an exciting future for data analytics. And the challenges, I think it's how you use them. Because like every tool, it's on the people who use them. I think that's it.
Well, for us as owners of brand, I think the opportunities for us would be for companies like theirs, where they're like online stores, they would have access to information like emerging trends, and we would have additional channels of distribution, right? So normally in the past we would rely on traditional stores, but now we are selling more of our products through online stores. In fact, we also have our own online store, liquorexpress.ph. And yes, actually we started when online stores weren't carrying liquor products. And it came about because traditional stores were limiting the space provided for new products, because they really don't want, space is expensive. And so they will really allocate their space for the fastest moving brands, right? And the variants. And so because we were quite early there, we were able to expand our channel of distribution. And now we have more online stores also buying. For instance, Lazada came to us because through their data analytics, they've seen that more and more people are buying spirits online. And so they approached us, and we now sell our products also through Lazada. So it's really it's good. It's good for business. It's good for the consumers, because I think also for consumers, they don't want to go to the mall just to buy a bottle of booze, right? It's like too traffic, too expensive, waste of time, So if it can be delivered to your doorstep, why not, right? I mean, it's the same price. So I think it's good for both brand owners, it's good for the consumers, the end consumers. Maybe it's not so good for the traditional sellers, but they also have now their online stores, right? So I think it's good for everyone. There's always more opportunities because of technology.
So the last question, we looked at the operational aspect of the opportunities data science could provide from an operational aspect. Now let's turn it around to talk about like customer experience. Like, what do you think are the biggest opportunities data science could the biggest opportunities data science could provide you in providing a better customer experience to your clientele, and the largest bottlenecks you have in trying to implement these projects? Yes.
Okay, so for us, again, we work with OFWs, we work with ethnic markets, mainstream markets abroad, right? So the data that we currently have is limited. So basically, the more transactions that we have with people abroad, the more sales that we get, then that's how we're able to predict. But of course, you can only predict demand up to a certain point because it's just purchase, right? So right now, what we're trying to do is we're trying to also create our own demand. And so that's how we use social media. We use, we work with online and offline communities, right? So that's how we're able to implement like a better customer experience. So now it's not just, normally if you're a traditional distributor, they tell you, I just want this product, right? But now, because of social media and because of communities, we're actually able to tell our distributors, right, you should get this because they're looking for this as well. And if you get this, somebody's going to get it from your store. In fact, we're actually at this point where we can tell them, okay, you want, people in Australia, they want Philippine mangoes, right? If you're not so sure about importing Philippine mangoes, we will tell people like there are like 50 people that will get it from your warehouse by the time that we ship it out. So that gives the distributor confidence in terms of purchasing products, and of course that also improves exports in general. So
I think adding to what I said earlier, it's having a personal grocery shopping assistant. Like if you want to lose weight, the data analytics will help you. Like you should only eat 70 grams of lean chicken or something like that. That's all.
I think if data analytics is more affordable, no. Of course, right? If there are more users, it's more affordable, right? If it's like more readily available to companies, the impact of data analytics will be exponential, and big. Because like, I would like, like what Andrew shared about if a person buys Oreo, he's more likely to buy fresh milk, right? So, but I mean, who has that information? This is an IT person, he can do that on his own. But most companies don't have that. But imagine that if more online grocers had that kind of customer insight brought about by data analytics, they would be the one to call companies and say, hey, if you did this and that, you would increase your sales. But, it really requires a bigger community of users of AI to be able to really fully experience the benefits of AI and data analytics. So I think it's really, Rufino, you gotta sell more, right? Yeah, okay.
So for the next question, it's going to be my last question. You mentioned about like collecting data from, as you mentioned, social media. Andrew mentioned a while ago about personalization. Ms. Olive a while ago mentioned about customer insighting. So in a way, that all boils down to some sort of personalized recommendation system. So with this, you're collecting information about like specific individuals, though. Like in this day and age, a lot of clientele, especially online, their main concern right now is when you're collecting these data, how do you actually try to keep their privacy intact so that how do you actually try to keep the privacy of your clientele intact so that they're, intact?
With us, how we work on it, because we work with a lot of businesses, so data privacy is actually part of our contract. So aside from the normal service contract that we're able to give, we have to follow, like companies now are required to follow data privacy laws. So we actually have a separate contract for data privacy, and we tell them what particular data that we're able to use, right? The other thing is part of data privacy is where you store your data. So we also have to assure our customers that we're getting there is a real storage for this data and that it is safe and secure, right? And we need to be able to show that to them as well. So we only use the data upon consent. If the businesses do not allow us to use the data, then we don't use it, and we don't give it out. And I think it's okay because like we work with a highly regulated industry, and so we really have to be able to comply. For the data from social media, we normally go through groups and post them. So when people respond to those groups, it's like they're giving the consent, but we don't go through like buying their data from somewhere else. So a lot of it is consent, and the good thing about that is because we have to go through this traditional way of trying to extract data, one, we have the consent, and two, we actually create a relationship with our customers and our potential customers. So that actually makes us more sticky and more relevant as we implement the business.
So this again is a problem of using data analytics as a tool. You could abuse it. So what we do is simple. We don't sell it. We don't sell our data to other companies. And even if you do in the future, which is a common practice, we will anonymize it. Okay.
Well, for us, we have a data privacy officer. We comply with the Data Privacy Act. Because if you don't, you can go to prison. No? So it's that strict. So you have to really take it seriously. We have our own data servers. We don't store it elsewhere. You know, we're really very protective of our data. And of course, we don't sell it, right? Because you don't want to lose the trust and confidence of your accounts. So we must all really take data privacy seriously.
Okay, that's the last of my set of questions. I'd like to open up the floor to anyone in the audience who would like to have their own questions. Right?
Hi, Ma'am Olive, this is for you. Actually, I'm pardon if it's not non-data science or AI related, but anything that's the government intervention or regulation, I think it would impact your business. And if there's no business, there's no sales, no data points. I'm just wondering, what was the intention towards the alcopops or the GAZ, the gas, that made into the news recently because of Senator Cayetano, Senator Go, saying that it's deceitful. And just explain to us, ma'am, what was the intention of branding of the alcopops that's made controversial recently?
The question is, what made it controversial? With gas? Well, actually, you know, gas is not a new product. It's been in the market for 5 years. So we become controversial when people like the senator make us controversial, but there's nothing really controversial about it. The issue that she raised, that we are marketing it or selling it to minors, is not true. Because if that was the intention, we wouldn't put on the package that is for 18-year-old plus for adults only, right? So the claim, the warning of the age limit, the age requirement for drinking that product is very, very clear in the package. So we should ask her intentions, why she made it controversial. For us, there's nothing controversial about it. It states on the package, it's a cocktail. It's a ready-to-drink cocktail. It's a margarita. People know margarita is a cocktail. Apple Tini is a cocktail. It says on the package, it's 7% alcohol. So I should thank her for making it popular.
Nice one.
Do we have any other questions in the audience, from the audience? No? Okay, so I'd like to thank our esteemed panel for giving this insightful talk and for this insightful Q&A. We would like to invite them for a picture taking with our general manager, Rufin Palay, and to thank them with some tokens.
So we'd like to give our thanks to Ms. Olive, Mr. Andrew, and Ms. Mel for giving us their time to talk about, you know, retail in the face of AI and data science. Again, thank you very much to our retail panel. And that concludes the tech talks for the Data Science Kapihan 3.0. But we're not yet done because we still have, we're opening the floor for the public to share anything about data science through our lightning talks. Do you want to say anything before we do that? Okay, so what's going to happen is we asked you guys to step up and give your presentations for your lightning talks. Can we have a sample of the slides, please? Yeah. So these are the people who, you know, who made their intentions known that they wanted to come up in front. Your name is going to be shown there. So if you're the next speaker, please prepare. So can we have Son Arthur Ojeda from UP Manila? Is he around? What?
Oh,
yeah,
there he is. Okay. And then we'd also like to ask Nick Brown to be ready after Son finishes his talk.
All right.
Okay. Mic down.
It's there.
Okay. So, hi everyone. Today I'm going to talk about multivariate time series imaging for short-term precipitation forecasting using convolutional neural networks. So, ito po yung research namin recently sa DOST-ASTI along with my supervisor, Sir Elmer Peramo. It's a data science and data analytics. Applied data analytics for weather forecasting efforts na gumagamit ng deep learning techniques. So, to give an overview, this project is under Project ULAT, unofficial project under Project ULAT, in which it is an initiative by DOST-ASTI, Hokkaido University, and other Japanese agencies under SATREP's program. It aims to observe rainfall and thunderstorm occurrences in order to produce insights and develop systems guided by key outputs, such as the establishment of lightning networks and development of forecasting algorithms. So in this research, we explored the use of convolutional neural networks to forecast rainfall by transforming multivariable time series data into image representations. So traditionally, when we apply statistical techniques and machine learning techniques to time series forecasting, we apply statistical techniques in order to pre-process the data. But more recently, we realized that given the nature of the nonlinear and chaotic dynamics of weather processes and other natural processes, we realized that maybe more sophisticated deep learning techniques may be applied in order for forecasts to be more reliable. So, the overview, basically the problem is to provide forecast or predict the color-coded pag-asa rainfall advisory class for the next H hours given L hours historical data. So the color-coded pag-asa rainfall advisory class is provided publicly by pag-asa. Ito po yung label. So, for example, red warning, orange warning, and yellow warning, depending sa certain range of intervals of rainfall intensities. So, yung main technique is to convert the time series data of multiple variables like temperature, wind speed, and other weather elements to produce image representations of this time series using imaging techniques such as recurrence plots, Markov transition, and Gramian angular fields. So the results is to, using tenfold cross-validation, we were able to produce a top accuracy of 84.9% accuracy using convolutional neural networks for a lag time of 12 hours and a forecast time horizon of 3 hours. So the conclusion is that our experiments show that the deep learning model generalizes and performs well despite limited observations. So recent techniques in training deep learning models using limited sample size has been published recently in a different scientific publishing resources. So we apply those advancements, and then from there we were able to produce good results from just about 1,000 samples per rainfall advisory classes. So in this regard, we aim to integrate the model into automated weather monitoring systems in order to produce early short-term forecast. Prediction for multiple weather stations can be done in linear time, which is an potential advantage over traditional numerical weather prediction models by Pag-asa. Thank you.
Let's now call on Mr. Nick Brown. And for Mr. Owen, please prepare for the next talk. Also, if you want to get your PM snacks, feel free to go to the pantry areas again. Okay.
Can I get my slides? Hey. Hello, everyone. Marami salamat to the organizers for having me here. Thanks for putting on a great event. Let's give them all a round of applause. There we go. Hi, ako si Nick Brown. I'm the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap coordinator, or country manager. I've lived here for 10 years, so in my heart, I am Filipino. I worked with the Young Pioneer Disaster Response, where we built 1,400 houses after Typhoon Yolanda. I've also worked with Engage Spark, which does automated two-way interactions, and the International Organization for Migration. So the Philippines is my home, but my role here with the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team is new. Come on. What if I go closer? Wait. I'm all over the place. We're having fun here. So the slides you missed, we're hiring. I'll tell you more about that in a moment. So let me ask first, who here knows OpenStreetMaps? Okay, I have stickers for all of you that know OpenStreetMaps. So I have some swag for you. The Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team works with OpenStreetMap data for humanitarian purposes, disaster risk reduction, disaster response, and development. We work around the world. The Philippines country office is the 8th country office that we're establishing. I'm the first employee here, and I'm hiring for 5 people to join my team. OpenStreetMaps is a huge organization, more than 5 million contributors. It's the Wikipedia of maps. Anyone can edit it. It's all open source. Be used by anyone. If you've ever used Grab Taxi, you've used OpenStreetMap data. OpenStreetMap data powers a lot of the tools that you know. Because Google Maps, use it, companies have to pay. OpenStreetMaps, open. So we do a number of projects. One of our projects is Missing Maps, where we had more than 85,000 contributors. The goal of Missing Maps is to map all the world that has not been mapped. The OpenStreetMap team, the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, has just surpassed 2 million mapped. This was taken about hours ago, where we had 20 mappers online, nearly at 180,000 people who have helped the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team through mapathons, where we map based on satellite imagery, and this is a grab mapathon. So we hold mapathons. We also do field mapping. Philippines Red Cross is one of our large partners. There we go. So what does it look like? Typhoon Yolanda. This is what the map looked like on OpenStreetMap prior to the storm. This is what it looked like within a week. You can see the massive difference, and this was done primarily by satellite imagery and then validated by the Philippines Red Cross in the field. So maps are good decision making when it comes to disaster response. So we've been There we go. We're back. So we're replicating. We've been here by the Office of Civil Defense to replicate a project in Indonesia called InAware. So the local version is going to be PhilAware, and it's a one platform for all the government agencies to have a single perspective on disaster risk reduction and response. The primary objective is to highlight critical infrastructure and build an OpenStreetMap team here in the country. So this is supposed to be animated, but it's not. OpenStreetMap data can be pulled into things like InnoSafe. This is also animated, but all the data is open source. This is in the OCD headquarters, the Philippines Red Cross headquarters during the Batanes earthquake the other day. And we're hiring, so this is the main point. We've got 4 positions open, 2 of which are closing today. And we'd love for you to share these positions with your people, your friends. I'm especially looking for a very strong deputy country manager to help me out. We've also got a technical and GIS specialist and a community and volunteer manager, which are closing today. So if you're interested, please apply today. And thank you very much for having me. I have stickers, come see me.
Okay. So up next, Mr. Owen Lagunday, and then for Mr. Michael Lance Domagas, please prepare for your talk.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. My presentation, I would not be needing a clicker because I don't have any presentation at all because when I was asked this morning if I want to talk about our organization, I was initially hesitant. But I agreed eventually because I realized that by introducing the technology that we are carrying, I realized that it would add to the substance of this forum. So again, my name is Owen Lagunday. I'm with a company called Geodata Systems Technologies Incorporated, and we are into geographic information system. How many knows geographic information system? Apart from Mr. Nick Brown and the Datos and the OST guys and everybody. And by the way, the OSM, the OpenStreetMap, is one of the content in one of our platforms called RGS Online. Is actually a web-based application that that promotes, or a platform that anybody can use in various applications. So my purpose is to introduce our organization, Geodata Systems Technologies Incorporated. We are a 28-year organization in the Philippines, an IT organization that is very much focused on geographic information system. There's nothing else that we do but geographic information systems. So what does it mean? We distribute software or technology, we provide services, we train people, and we do consulting services, all about geographic information system. So, okay, so ilan po yung may alam ng geographic information system? Maliban sa kanila po. Dito lang sa ating audience. So, merong 3 na nakakaalam. So, that's the reason why I agreed to talk, even with I don't have a presentation. So, alam nyo na yung Grab, alam nyo na yung Google, alam nyo na yung other applications na merong mapping. Those are geographic information system, by the way, no? If you don't know it. So what is GIS? GIS is actually a computer-based technology that marries location and information data, no? So it's a technology that marries those 2 things, location and information. So it's very important nowadays in our lives that we know that this technology exists. So ano yung kinalaman ng geographic information system in our forum about data analytics, data science, and AI? In 2 ways, GIS can complement data science or data analytics. How? Because it will enable you to visualize information. In traditional way of data analytics, all are tabular, all are records, or all are numbers. But if you couple it with GIS, say for example in the presentation of Distilleria Limtuaco, they would like to know about customer trends and patterns. So imagine visualizing the result of your analysis using maps. Using heat maps, using graduated color symbology, di ba yung appreciation is better? Because by just looking at the map, naintindihan mo na agad na the darker the color, mataas yung value ng information. No? Meaning, for example, in population, by just looking at the map, maintindihan mo na mas mataas yung population in this particular area. Say, for example, why people tends to converge in this particular area by just looking at a map. Time's up. Okay. Ang bilis, ah. Okay, buti pa na wala akong presentation. Otherwise, mga 30 minutes. Okay, just wrap it up. You would understand now why people converge in one area is because i-overlay mo yung contour or elevation data. Makikita mo na agad na yung mga tao pala nagko-converge sa area na relatively flat. Okay, so yun yung sinasabi natin na by just looking at visuals, naiintindihan mo na agad yung value ng information. And for artificial intelligence naman, i-ano mo lang, i-represent mo lang dun sa mapa yung output ng artificial intelligence activities mo. No? So thank you for this time, and I hope I'm able to share some ideas about geographic information system. Okay.
Okay, up next, Mr. Michael Lance Lomagas. And for the next talk, Jeremy Diaz, please prepare for your talk.
Hi everyone, my name is Michael. And I just want to share you something. Sige. Ito yung next. Okay. Sige. Okay. So, sige. Kailangan pakita ko. Okay, so within the past few days, we experienced extreme weather, no? We had floods in the northern provinces of Luzon and sige. Wala pa ba? Sige. So kasi I need to show to you something. Sige. So this is an image took by NASA about the latest typhoon, Jenny, right? And this is another image from the NASA Terra Modis infrared satellite of the typhoon. And sorry. Dito ba yan? Ayan. Oops, sorry. So ito naman, another image of NASA. That's they used another satellite called the NASA Aqua Modis visible infrared. So they took the image of Typhoon Ineng. Okay. And ayan. So another image of sorry, medyo kinakabahan ako, but I just want to share with you guys how important space technologies are in our society right now. And this image was recorded again by NASA. The number of carbon monoxide emissions in the South American region. So that's in the month of August. Okay. Yan. Okay, so I just want to ask a question. Do you know what is this? Good. So another useful insight of NASA is to see the changes in our city, for instance. And sorry, puro dito ako tumitingin. So this is an image of Metro Manila took by the Landsat satellite. On your left is the image took from 1988. And ito naman, year 2014. Okay, so, sige. Ayun, I want to invite all of you to, kasi we have a hackathon called the NASA International Space Apps Challenge. This is a global hackathon organized by NASA. If you're interested to explore space technologies to solve real-world problems on Earth and in space, I would like to invite you to join our hackathon. Ayan, so this is our, oh my God, this is our 4-year history in the Philippines. Ayan, so our winner last year won the global level. So one of our judges is Engineer Sabularse from DOST-Advanced. Yan. So hopefully, ayan. So our global win, oops, ba't ganyan? So our global winner is incubated by Animo Labs, the technology business incubator of De La Salle University. So once again, if you want to join our hackathon, yan, please go to this website. Thank you.
Okay, so for our next speaker, Mr. Jeremy Diaz.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. Sorry, I thought the website is gonna show up here. But anyway, hi, my name is Jeremy Diaz. I'm one of the technical support team for ProximacX.io Philippines. We are a blockchain developer company based in Philippines, but we have offices in Singapore, Malaysia, Cambodia, Ukraine, Australia, and Canada. Okay, so what's the connection within data science and blockchain? Anyone? Data science and blockchain? No? All right. Data science is concerned with harnessing of data. Blockchain, what do you think contains in those blocks of chain, chain of blocks? But not for what? Data, right? We understand kasi of blockchain as Bitcoin, but actually the technology behind Bitcoin is the blockchain technology, right? So what contains those blockchain are actually data. These are information, and they are called chain of block because every time it's updated, it forms a series of change. For every transaction, every asset, every information that's stored on it is called a blockchain. And we here at ProximacX, we develop blockchains for enterprises. Also, whether it's for it's for cryptocurrency, we help you develop it. Whether it's for storage, streaming, and smart contracts. Smart contracts again. Smart contracts emerged because of the Ethereum. You know Ethereum here, Ether. Actually, it's kind of where Bitcoin uses data mining. Ayun, so buti na lang. So we're ProximacX. Ayan, recently Proud Cloud is our systems integrator. And here, if you want to learn more about us, just go to our website, proximax.io, and Jeremy.Diaz as proximax.io if you want to collaborate with us. If you want to hear of our latest openings, please just come to us. Main point is that we develop blockchain, we develop cryptocurrency. We help you employ your blockchain deployment for you to use either for streaming, storage, cryptocurrency, and smart contracts. So there. Anyway, thanks. I'm standing. I think I'm standing for data boost. So why don't we just go to that? Thanks, Joe. Thanks to Datos.
Thank you very much. We are still encouraging the crowd. We're opening this section this time for any more lightning talks. Come on. It's an open mic. So, you can just come up on front and say anything.
Okay, so with that, maybe invite all the speakers of the lightning talks again in front so that the audience could ask questions. And then after that, we'll have a group picture for the speakers.
Yes.
So are there any questions from the audience? None? Oh.
Yes.
The question goes to the NASA challenge. So the question is, can you give an overview dun sa challenge? What are the expectations and probably a short background dun sa previous winner, just to give us.
Okay. Yeah, medyo kinabahan lang ako kanina. Okay, so the NASA Space Apps Challenge is an international hackathon organized by NASA to all cities around the world. So it is on its 8th year already. Here in the Philippines, we are celebrating our 4th year. So use space data like from NASA to solve real world problems on Earth and in space. And we are very happy that last year it is the first time that a Filipino won the international hackathon. So what they used is they created a smartphone app accessing scientific data from citizen science data from parang crowdsourced information that tells parang when is the right time to catch fish for the fisherman. So that's the concept of the winning app. So we are very optimistic that this year, hopefully, we again have another Pinoy winner. So I encourage you to join this international hackathon. It will happen on October 18 to 20 at De La Salle University. So hopefully, the Philippine government would support our hackathon. Really need your help, guys. Be sure. So, yun lang. I'm very happy last year that we had support talaga from the US Embassy, DOST-ASTI. Thank you so much, DOST-ASTI. You gave us inspiration. You sent us these Diwata engineers to inspire our Filipino innovators. Thank you very much. Hopefully, we see you again this year. No? Pati P-shirt. So, hopefully, no? I'm very happy na we had this collaboration from the academe, the incubator, the tech, and everything. We had 16 teams last year who competed in Manila. So yun. So I encourage you to check out the NASA Space Apps Challenge. Please visit our website at spaceapps.splashthat.com. So yun. So if you know someone who wants to sponsor, please. Okay, thank you so much.
Any more questions from the crowd? Yes.
This is for Sir Owen. Sir, we're students po with Sun. So parang pwede po ba namin magamit yung may open source data po ba kayo na sa geodata for GIS?
Tough question, actually. First and foremost, we don't have open source data off the shelf at geodata. But online, the one that I mentioned, your just online platform, it takes in open source data such as the OSM, OpenStreetMap of Nick Brown, which is actually a contributing data to the RGS platform of ESRI. And in the Philippines, actually, geodata contributed the building footprints of the Makati Business District. So to answer your question, there is no open source data available at geodata. But there are data available that can be used, but not open source. Yeah. Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
But don't hesitate to get in touch with us at geodata.com.ph because you mentioned you're a student, so there are resources that are available to you that can be used in various applications. But I would assume you are into GIS, no?
Yes,
because
sir.
of your question. Okay. Don't hesitate to get in touch with us. Okay.
Thank you.
I'll give my contact number after.
Thank you very much. Any more questions from the crowd? From the other room? Hi, other room. If you have questions, just come here to this side. Yes? You have a question here? Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. San. I would just like to say na sobrang novel yung ginawa ninyong architecture, yung multivariate time series to imaging dimensions. I think it's the first time that I've heard that type of implementation, so kudos to you. I would just like to ask what's the general idea why you did that? Kasi I think there's just a neural network for time series analysis, like recurrent neural networks. So I was just wondering why you have to do imaging dimensions, why you had to do convolutional neural networks for that type of analysis. Yun lang naman.
So we tried various models in order to produce good results. So we started first dun sa mga simpleng methods like yung modeling ng Bayesian network ng different variables. So turns out maganda yung results niya pero limited siya. And then we also tried yung more traditional statistical models like yung vector autoregressive model, pero we realized na dahil dun sa nature nung data, hindi siya basta-basta na model ng ganong klaseng statistical techniques. So we turned to recurrent neural networks, particularly long short-term memory networks. Pero nung trinay namin siya for forecasting multi-step output, given that the lag data, hindi maganda yung results niya. As in, hindi talaga siya umabot ng 70%. So, one particular factor is that ang liit pa lang nakakollect na data relatively dun sa ibang mga sources of data ng mga weather forecasting agencies like yung Pag-asa. And kasi parang recent project lang siya ng ASTI. So, parang ang nakuha lang namin na data is about a few months worth of rainfall data. So it's a big challenge kung paano mag-generalize yung model and especially deep learning model. So we turned to convolutional neural networks in order to see kung possible ba talaga na mag-produce ng ganong results. And may nakita kami mga few papers na tumulong talaga significantly contributed to the success nung mga models, like especially yung optimization algorithm na ginamit namin is parang dinescribe lang siya and pinopose lang siya early 2019. So trinay namin siya. Sabi ko, too good to be true, pero gumana talaga siya. So along with the other techniques, especially yung dun sa recurrence plots, we look forward to improving the results further by optimizing the parameters nung imaging technique niyan. Kasi meron siyang parameters kasi specifically used yung recurrence plots for nonlinear time series analysis and dynamical systems analysis. So with that, further, kahit limited yung data, pwede pang ma-improve po.
So you're going back to ASTI?
Yes, sir.
Offer.
Yes, sir, definitely.
I think on behalf of my team, congratulations. This is very good research. This is very novel research for your part.
If it's clear dun sa presentation, but he converted the time series data into an image so that he can use convolutional neural network. Amazing.
Wow, this is a very interesting exchange. Do we still have more questions from the audience? Yes.
I have a question for the NASA. So, these past years, di ba, you have already developed apps dahil dun sa challenges na yun. So, saan nyo pinapublish yung mga apps and is it available for public or kung kailangan namin, for example, in monitoring, baka may magamit kami from that event?
Yeah, so once you join the NASA International Space Apps Challenge, you need to have your project or solution in open source. So we have it in the website of Space Apps Challenge. So we publish it there. And it's not only in the Philippines, we have those solutions, we have all around the world. You can see all different kinds of projects done with the rest of the world. So you can check out those projects and even the winning apps and the finalists from the previous years. So we have been doing this since 2012, and yun, until now. Kaya sana please support this international competition. I appeal to the government. But I'm very thankful for ASTI and the Philippine Microsat team, now Stamina First Space. So you brought us too much inspiration. And I'm very thankful about that. Sige.
All right, thank you very much. One last question from the audience. Any questions? Going once, going twice? So I guess that ends the lightning talk section of the Data Brew Kapihan. So actually we have a little gift for the people who spoke for the lightning talks. We have an additional loot bag for you guys just for speaking in front. So yung mga hindi nagsalita, wala kayong extra na loot bag. Please stand up because we're gonna have a photo opportunity.
Over one shoulder.
All right, thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. That was very insightful, very varied, very colorful.
Okay, so we're almost done. But before that, let's announce the winners for the people who posted on social media. Mr. Kevin Anthony Cao, is he here? Okay, please approach the registration booth to claim your prize. Also, Mr. John Eric Isoy, is he here?
He's still
here. He's also here at the back. Please approach the front. And finally, Mr. Brickster John Lumabi, is he here? Okay,
He's still here.
Please approach the front for your prize. Okay.
See, we give freebies to people who participate. Yeah.
Okay, now one last thing. Let's answer the feedback form. Can we flash the URL, please? So that's tinyurl.com/databrew3 feedback. So we're going to be having a raffle for the people who answer. So if you don't have mobile data, we have Wi-Fi actually. So that's DataBrew with the password wave_datos. So let's just take a couple of minutes, maybe 3 minutes or so. And then for the rest of us who are done, let's get our snacks and then come here for the closing remarks.
All right.
Thank you.
We are ending Data Brew by collecting data from the audience. Okay, participation gets freebies.
Again, for the snacks are ready. So for the people here, please go to the front at the pantry. For the people at the wave area, please get your snacks towards the back near the door. Okay, so right now we have some names from the people who answered the feedback form. Let's take a spin. So Vernon E. Avila is okay. So please approach the person. Please approach the registration booth. Let's take another spin. So the person who put Mike as the name in the Google form. Mike. From the other side? Okay. One moment. Okay, one more spin. So this is our last spin. So Michael Lance Domagas. Okay, so please approach the front. And now, to formally close the event, let's call on Mr. Rufino Olay III.
So what do you guys think? Was it useful? Was it informative? At least you're full. Huh? Okay, so again, thank you very much. We appreciate everyone's coming here. And also, I'd like to give a big shout out to the DOST project. I commend them. They were here late last evening, early this morning, trying to make sure that this ran as smooth as possible. And also actually to have the foresight to start this a year ago. So happy anniversary. Yes. I'd also like to give a shout out to our MCs, right? To JD and to Joe. So thank you very much. It was interesting because we kind of stuck them together, and I think the chemistry looked very good. You know, so working back and forth, having as MCs is really keeps the program going. And again, lastly, it's all about you guys. So give yourself a hand of applause. Yeah. You know, what you saw today was really just the beginning. We focused a lot on the business side, right? What is the market requirements? Obviously, from a data analytics, data science, AI, we can go and bifurcate. We can go either to the business side or we can go into the deep technical side. That's easily done. What we wanted to do is we wanted to keep it at a certain level so that many different participants would be able to understand it and be able to participate. That being said, hopefully on your feedback forms, that you would let us know what level of detail do you want to go for the next Kapihan. Do you want it to really go into the frameworks? Do you want us to go into CNNs? Do you want us to go into RNNs? Do you want us to go into GANs? Do you want us to go into NLP? Do you want us to go into visual analytics? You tell us where you want to be. Or do you want to stay on the application level or on the business side level? It's all about to you guys, right? Certainly what we can do is we can, again, bifurcate that. We can and be able to address what the community wants to see, right? It's easy for us to go down deep into the nitty-gritty details. Again, whether we want to go at LSTMs or we want to do whatever else, time series analysis, you know, decision trees, we can certainly do that. I felt that we didn't want to do that on the first push through. Do you guys agree with that? Or else we'll lose probably, and I asked how many of us were engineers, we'd probably lose the majority of people right? Unless we told everybody what the topics would be. So that being said, can I get a quick poll, if you guys mind? Who wants to go into more technical details? Right? Oh, quite a few. So probably a good 40%. So I imagine the rest wants to stay at the application or the business side. Is that correct? A fair assumption? So certainly what we can do, and we were talking about this earlier, was maybe we have two different tracks. You know, and this side of the house stays on the technical side. That side, similar, stays on the business side. And you guys can go back and forth, right? And we can have it as a colloquium. We can have it as however you guys wish to have it. At the end of the day, it's all about the community, making sure that you guys feel that you have a say in what we're going to present and the type of material that you guys want to get out of this. Okay? So again, thank you very much. At this point, any quick feedback or comments or concerns or anything? No? Okay, so I think I'll go ahead and at this point close this out. You want to go ahead and cut the feed? Yeah? So we will transition to the other side. Yeah? And okay, thank you very much to, first off, thank you very much to all of our people watching this online. Again, Batangas State University, USC, UPD, Diliman, and then also, which one? SLU up in Baguio, okay, where I was born. Okay, shout out to those guys. All right, so that being said, again, thank you very much. Our next Kapihan, we're looking to actually expand this to more field dev sites. So if you cannot or weren't able to participate in person, this will be, I guess, recorded. We'll also make sure that in the future, we'll probably have this at the 15 other field dev sites. So if you can't participate here in NCR, we want to make sure that whether you're in Luzon, whether you're in the Ilocos, whether you're in Visayas, whether you're in Mindanao, you will still be able to participate, and that's what we want. We want to make sure that this information is so valuable, we want to make sure that the countrywide gets it and be able to participate in an active basis. Okay? So that being said, if you are still here, I do invite you to come on to the other side. We do have our other refreshments will be approaching pretty soon, but we do have some right now. Okay? So again, thank you very much, and give yourselves a round of applause, everyone. Thanks.